Cool. Muting the room.
Good morning. Welcome to our workshop of January the 19th, 2021. We'll go ahead and I'm going to start this with, as I think we always should, with the invocation and also the Pledge of Allegiance. James Satcher, by the way, just to let you know, most of you know he had surgery the other day. He's at home recuperating, but he's doing great. And he is probably, is he on Zoom, by the way?
Yes, Madam Chair.
He is? Okay, wonderful. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, he's on Zoom. Wow. Hey, James. We'll go ahead then. Commissioner Bellamy, can you do the invocation for us, please? And then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Turn on this mic. Can you hear me? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us up this morning. We thank you for giving us life, health, and strength, an opportunity to come out and make decisions to better impact our community. Actually go with each and every one of us. Guide us, lead us, protect us, our loved ones, and our family. Touch Commissioner Satcher right now, dear Heavenly Father, whatever his issue is, whatever he may be going through. I ask you to give him that healing that he needs, and just continue to watch over us and bless our country, bless our state, and bless our county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Chair, did you want to go ahead and give us the changes that have taken place and so forth? And
Madam Administrator, you're the
what
chair.
did I say?
You said Madam Chair.
Oh,
I go, wait.
excuse me.
Thank
Let me
you.
rephrase that. County
Yes.
Administrator, would you like to give us the update?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll provide an update. This morning, we have just included written comments that were submitted through your online public comment form, and they were added to item number 3, which is parking of vehicles and restricted vehicles in front yards. And then also there were some comments under item number 4, stormwater report. Those are important updates. I've read those myself already. Just want to mention to the board there's 4 items on today's work session agenda. We're starting off with your first formal presentation of the impact fee study update. We do have our consultant here to also join us. The Parallel Flood Act is also on our agenda second, and then we have parking of vehicles and restricted vehicles in front yards and the stormwater report distribution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, County Administrator. Got it right that time. We're going to sway away a little bit from the agenda. As most of you know, or maybe you don't, we are having a wild hog issue in Lakewood Ranch. This is not new. It comes up periodically, but it is pretty bad right now for whatever the reason. So about a month or so ago, I started working with John Osborne to see what the county could do, if anything, on that. So I would like to just turn it over to John Osborne for just a few minutes to get a quick update, because I can tell you the media is on it like, I started to say like a hog on honey, but I'm not going to say it. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm John Osborne, Deputy County Administrator. And wild hogs are certainly on a new problem for us in Manatee County and really any part of, especially Southwest Florida. In terms of addressing the wild hog issue, one of the things that we've been referring folks to is the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. They have a website that provides some information about what the rules are in dealing with hogs, and they also have a link to a list of trappers. That's what we encourage folks to do, is to continue to coordinate and hire those trappers to take care of that issue. That's been our practice for years, is referring folks to trappers, just like you do for raccoons and just like you do for other critters that we have in Florida that make life a little tough at times. If the board wanted us to enter into start trapping, we're limited in how we can operate by board policy. We only can operate on county property for that. There's not a lot of property in the vicinity of that particular area that's county owned. Otherwise, we'd have to get permissions from the specific property owners to deal with that kind of trapping or to start those kinds of efforts. But keep in mind, though, if the board wanted us to start working on this specific issue for Lakewood Ranch, we do kind of run the risk of being that for other parts of the county that also suffer with the problems of hogs and other Florida critters that we got that kind of make life tough at times for our yards and our trash cans and that kind of thing. So that's where we're at. If the board wanted us to pursue that, we certainly will. We will certainly seek the will of the board. But for now, the board's and our past practice has been to continue to defer people to FWC, to engage a trapper, to hire them, and to try to address that issue of these hogs. But Madam Chair, we're here to do what you would like us to do.
Well, thank you, John. And I've had a lot of conversation with different people in Lakewood Ranch and surrounding areas, River Club, Braden River, etc. And all of those areas have HOAs, and they also have CDDs, the majority. So Lakewood Ranch Town Hall has been very involved. I know that I believe SMR still owns some property out that way, obviously. And then, of course, the Lakewood Ranch Stewardship. So they're all involved. I have been telling people John, exactly what you just said, that, it is not something that we can arbitrarily just go out and get involved in. I even had one person ask me the other day, they said, well, we saw hogs on Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. And I said, well, yes, but we can't put a trap on Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. So, it kind of hinders us in what we can do. So I do know I can tell the board that, town hall, everyone out there is involved in doing what can be done. There is a lot of trapping that's being done. I know I spoke with the county administrator this morning, and she has also spoken with town hall. And so they're really doing everything they can. I mean, we can't go out there and hunt the hogs. We can't do that because it's in a residential area. And then the other thing is that anything that we do, we're taking a chance, or the HOAs even would be taking a chance, with tranquilizing the hogs. I mean, you never know where the arrow might go. So it's a difficult situation. Trapping is the best answer. Fish and Wildlife are involved, and the HOAs, and like I said, everyone else is involved. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, I know, like this weekend, there was a coyote in my daughter's yard out on Palmasola. I mean, the only thing you can do is encourage no food, because then they go looking. But I know, you all know Ed Childs from the Sandbar. He's been getting wild hog from DeWitt for years. He goes through FWC, gets a permit, and has a company that goes there. They kill the wild hog, and then they dress it right then and there, because it has to be done a certain way. So some people are taking advantage of it. But you're right. There's really, the CDD could hire these trappers and then take them out east. But I don't really think it's something. Next thing we'd be doing is the coyotes all over West Bradenton and Mid Bradenton. So. You're right. I think that they need to contact the FWC to see if they can get help from them.
And by the way, thank you for bringing up the coyotes. I've lived in Lakewood Ranch many years, and I can tell you that I've had coyotes in my backyard, right there in the country club, before. So, hogs are a problem, but at the same time, we do have wildlife in Lakewood Ranch, and you get emails on that all the time too. We're driving out the wildlife. Obviously, we're not. So there it is. It is an issue. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you. I would probably. Is it working? I would probably echo Commissioner Whitmore's comments. We have coyotes in my neighborhood. Wildlife, is always an issue. You said we have a wild hog problem. I'm sure that the wild hogs feel they have a domesticated human problem. So, at any rate, I think the law states that hogs are the wildlife is the property of the property owner, and we don't really own any property out there. So, this seems to be an HOA issue, and I favor allowing the HOA and the CDDs to deal with it.
That's exactly correct. Any other comments, commissioners? I'm going to go ahead and open this up just for public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to talk about this issue? Do we have anyone on the phone?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll close public comment and move on. It is amazing how the media doesn't always get it right, but that's okay. Who cares? All right, also, commissioners, I handed out this morning the tentative schedule for work sessions. I received this, and I'm sorry, I don't recall where I received it from, but I thought you should all have it. So I don't know. County Administrator, is it still current what has been passed out?
Yes, it is current.
Okay.
Yes, we do it monthly.
Thank you.
We can provide it monthly.
All right, and then do you want to go ahead and get us
Yes.
started on the regular agenda items?
Yes, I think I'll turn it over to Nicole Knapp and John Osborne to get started on the very first item, your impact fee update study.
The hardest one first.
Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning. We're just having a moment of need a slide presentation.
Nicole, when it comes up, is this accurate? We can make notes on this to follow whatever you're presenting?
There's been no changes
Okay.
since the agenda was placed
Thanks.
out. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
While Nicole's getting ready, Madam Chairman, just mentioning to the public that, all of this information is online on our website under the agenda. If anyone wants to review the impact fee study plan or any of the other documents today, they're on the mymanatee.org website under BCC agendas. And when you get to that page, you go to the year 2021, click on that and find the date, and all the attachments and updates are there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and County Administrator Courier. As I was introduced, Nicole Knapp, Impact Fee Administrator, and our team is here this morning to present to you the results of the Impact Fee Update Study. So as you all are aware, Manatee County has utilized impact fees for funding the capacity of adding improvements for the past 35 years. And since 1986, we've assessed impact fees for transportation, parks and rec, public safety, law enforcement. And then in 2015, we added library facilities as a component fund. And to comply with Chapter 11 of the LDC, at least once every 5 years, the Impact Fee Division must bring forward to you our recommendations for updating the study. The last Impact Fee study was adopted December of 2015, and those fees became effective in April of 2016. About 2.5 years ago, the board provided authorization for the Impact Fee Division to begin the process to update the Impact Fee study and schedule, and to ensure that we follow the dual national nexus test, we rely on the Impact Fee study that is a defendable study. The consultant that produced the Impact Fee Update study is here today to explain and present and answer any questions about that study. So before we go, I'm going to turn it over to Bill Clegg in a minute, but before I do that, I wanted to just let you all know who makes up the Impact Fee team, if you will. So the Impact Fee Division is myself, Elaine Barker, and then we have Gavin Campbell, who has recently joined us from Stormwater Management. And then John Osborne, Bill Clegg, and Clark Davis. Elaine is not here today. She's just staying home to be cautious, but the rest of the team is here to answer any questions you might have today. We also, at the table behind me, have our consultant from Tyndale Oliver, Steve Tyndale, and Negan Camp. They'll be doing the majority of the presentation and answer questions, of course. So I will turn it over to Bill. He's going to stay where he's at, and he's going to go over some legal framework, and I'll slide through just let me know when you're ready, Bill.
I'm ready. You
Okay.
can put the slides back up on the screen. We've lost the PowerPoint. All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I am Chief Assistant County Attorney Bill Clegg, and there's 8 slides in the presentation that sort of give you the legal framework. These are slides I've used in the past. They really haven't changed in the last 5 years, and they're intended to just kind of explain, the frame of reference in which we operate in terms of levying and collecting impact fees. So I'm going to read a lot of it verbatim, but I may ad-lib a little bit just to kind of explain how this works. So the creation of new land uses or the expansion of existing land uses generates additional needs for public infrastructure. And those additional needs are described as impacts upon the infrastructure. So a new development, a new commercial site, for example, creates new trips. That's impacts on our roads, and we charge fees for those impacts. The Community Planning Act, or Growth Management Act as it's sometimes called, puts some very strict limitations on the ability of local governments to restrict development on the basis of infrastructure impacts. And that's a lot of big words that mean we used to be able to say, if we run out of road capacity, we'll simply stop allowing people to develop. The law does not allow local governments in Florida to do that anymore. It hasn't since probably around 2011, when there were a series of amendments over a period of years, but by 2011, that was off the table. The other point to remember is that the case law regarding property rights also poses challenges in requiring development to address impacts. I'm really referring there to exactions. We used to be able to say, you'll have to give us all the right-of-way and build a bunch of roads in order to proceed. We'll let you develop, but only if you do a bunch of things for us. Well, the rules for that have gotten a lot tighter, too. So, next slide, please. So, we rely more on impact fees now, and really the state law says that's what we should be doing in our land use laws in Florida. That's where that's supposed to be your primary tool for dealing with infrastructure as development moves forward. And, oh, wait, go back. So they are charged to development to cover the cost that the government incurs that results from those impacts to infrastructure when development occurs. Okay, next slide, please. So the legal principles really started with case law. Impact fees were governed exclusively by case law until the adoption of the Florida Impact Fee Act. It's 163-31801. It's part of the Community Planning Act. And it also requires us to periodically study impact fees. Nicole, you referenced the code, and the Impact Fee Act isn't specific, but it says we have to use the most recent available data or something to that nature. And the rule of thumb right now among local governments is 5 years is about the most you can afford to go under this act before you risk your study going stale. So we're not here because we want to be. We're here because we have to be, because the law says that we have to periodically restudy these impact fees. Next slide, please. The dual rational nexus test is sort of the granddaddy of impact fees. It really started with the Supreme Court of Florida, and it says that they must be charged to pay the cost of infrastructure that's needed to serve the development, and they must be roughly proportional to the cost of the infrastructure generated by the development. So you have to look at each development, whether it's residential, commercial, industrial, and the amount of impact it creates, and you have to gauge your fees to be reasonably related to those. It can't be arbitrary. It has to be, and that's what the studies do basically, is they look at those costs and those impacts. Next slide, please. Here again, it's the Florida Impact Fee says that it must be based on the most recent and localized data. That's the trigger in the statutes for having to restudy. It requires that an ordinance take effect at least 90 days after adoption, unless there's an exception in there now, and I think it was written in there for us, unless there is a reduction in impact fees. If they're going up in any respect, it could be just one fee for one category, then you have to wait 90 days for them to take effect. And they must include mechanisms for developers to receive credits against the fees for things they do, contributions to the government that meet the same general infrastructure needs. We see this in our LDAs. Developers build roads to address the impacts of their projects, and they get impact fee credits pursuant to those LDAs. We're required by state law and by the case law to give them those credits, and we're required to have that mechanism in our impact fee program, which we do. All right. So turning to the issue of today, the new impact fee study. To be legally defensible, impact fees must be supported by studies and analysis that meet the standards of the case law and the Act, which is essentially the dual rational nexus test and the details spelled out in the case law. When we go to reset the impact fees, we enter the study into the record, we reference it in the adopting ordinance, and the impact fees must be consistent with that study. That really means, go to the next slide, please. That really means the study gives you the maximum you can charge for any particular development use. You can charge less, but you cannot exceed what's charged in the study. And in terms of the proportions that you charge, in other words, if one type of project or one type of development pays X amount and the other pays Y, you cannot readjust those proportionately by arbitrarily lowering or raising the fee for one particular category, because by doing so you've skewed the proportionate amount that the other categories pay. That is a big part of the dual rational nexus test. All right, so the studies have to include mechanisms for identifying the needs, identifying the costs of building the infrastructure to meet those needs, and then applying those needs and costs to development as fees. And the consultant will do a better job of this than I can of explaining it and how it works. But it has to satisfy the dual rational nexus test. And there has to be some concept of restricting the use and accounting of impact fees to ensure compliance going forward. So those are basically your general requirements. Next slide, please. So to conclude, these legal standards provide a general framework within which, excuse me, it's been a long weekend, the board sets fiscal policy for the county. This is a fiscal policy decision for the board, just like setting your millage, just like setting your utility rates, same thing. The board does have the legislative discretion to structure fees and set them so long as they are supported by a study that satisfies the legal tests. The only thing I would say to conclude is impact fees, they're always controversial. I've been dealing with them since I was in my 20s. I mean, I've probably got more scar tissue than skin on my back when it comes to impact fees. There's always going to be people that want them to be higher and to pay for more, and people that want them to be lower, no matter what you do, no matter how you set them. They are technically a very challenging source of revenue because they have all these legal restrictions. They're not like general fund money or sales tax money, something that you can plug into a set of uses with flexibility. They're very, very restrictive, and they require a lot of accounting and auditing. And the people who pay them have some right to demand that they be refunded if you don't follow the rules and you don't account for them properly. So they're a difficult source of revenue, but right now they are the principal source of revenue that's available to us as local governments to deal with growth-related needs. There has been talk at times in the legislature about giving us an alternative. At one time, there was a debate about a local option real estate transfer tax that would also capture existing people moving into existing homes. It failed in the legislature, so we went back to impact fees, and that's really how they developed. They developed out of a sense of out of needs, not because people wanted to do it, but because they didn't have an alternative to fund what at that time was called concurrency. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude my remarks and turn it back to Nicole. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Nicole, go ahead.
Can I please have the slideshow again?
Madam Chair, can we
That's
ask Bill a question? He
Is
just
that,
asked if
are
we
you at
wanted-
the end of your presentation?
No, he had
on
just
that?
asked if we wanted questions, but no.
Well, I'd really rather
All right.
wait until the end.
If
What
you
I
put
want
me
to
on the
do
list.
is do questions at the end of each presentation.
That's fine.
To try and keep it going.
Whenever we can wait until the consultant's done.
I mean, you're not going to be leaving us, correct?
No, ma'am. I'll
I didn't
stay. I
think so.
promise. I
Yeah.
won't go anywhere.
All right. Go ahead,
Kinda
Nicole. Thank
have
you.
to.
Carol, I have you down as first.
He said,
Can the slideshow be put on the screen, please? Oh, there we go. Thank you. It's only me. I'm going to walk you through a few slides that compare some administrative items from the 2015 study to today's study, and then when I finish, then I'll turn it over to Tyndall Oliver. So when the 2015 study was adopted, we at that time were assessing. Prior to that time, we were assessing residential based off number of bedrooms. And it was with the 2015 study that we started assessing based off square footage. And you see those square footage ranges on the left. We are recommending that those carry forward the same way that they are today. No changes to those. As the consultant has advised us, they are very granular. The difference from jumping from the second to third category or the third to the fourth, for example, is about 1/2 of a person of impact. And then the other recommendation we're suggesting is that right now we group congregate care, or ALF, with nursing homes, we're recommending that we separate them out. There's been, due to some changes in the demand over the last 5 years, this is a recommendation that we add them. Not that they're not being assessed now, that just we add them as their own category and stop treating them the same as somebody else. And then when you get to your non-residential land use categories, similar. In 2015, we had the land uses on the left, and that was a reduction from previously there had been 13 land uses. We took it down to 10. And now with this study, again, based off changes in demand, we're recommending we keep all the land uses that you see from the left, keep them moving forward, but add or assess separately the ones that you see at the bottom, the medical dental office, private schools, universities, automobile care centers, and gasolines by fueling positions as opposed to square footage of their retail convenience store. We're not proposing any changes at this time to the funds component. We're still law enforcement, public safety, multimodal, library, and administrative, depending on whether it's residential or non-residential. Obviously, non-residential is not assessed parks and recreation or libraries. And as you are aware, at this time, the school district fees are not part of this study. Currently, the county has 4 impact fee assessment zones: the Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, and Southwest. And Tyndall Oliver will go over this in greater detail, but each assessment zone has unique fee rates for each of the land uses in the impact fee schedule, with the highest rate being in the Northeast and the lowest being in the Southwest. The study is based on these 4 benefit districts remaining as is, with no changes. And I'm going to turn it over to, that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to, I think Negan's going to come forward. Negan Camp? Okay. And Negan Camp from Tyndall Oliver will present basically the meat and the potatoes of the study.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. You're going to wipe them out? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Negan Camp with Tyndall Oliver. I also have Steve Tyndall will go through the presentation and respond to questions.
Just pull back. Yeah.
Oh, I went too fast. Okay, so presentation goes over the technical study and then the next steps. The methodology the study is using is called consumption-based methodology, which is very common in Florida. It charges new growth for the value of the infrastructure it's consuming, and fees are calculated at a rate that they cannot generate sufficient revenues to correct existing deficiencies, which is one of the legal requirements. Basic impact fee formula looks at the cost to add capacity, and that's really the current value or current cost of building the capital assets the county owns. And from that, we look at how the county is funding this infrastructure, this capacity, to the extent that taxes and other revenue sources are being used. Any new development will also contribute over the life of the structure, so that their contributions are subtracted, not the double charge them for the same infrastructure. And that net cost gets multiplied by demand, which is population for all the fees except for transportation. In that case, it's the travel. There are several components that I'll go through in each one, and you'll see a pattern. I'll go more detail in the first one and then move along. Before doing so, we wanted to show you a summary of the calculated fees. So this is residential fees, all residential fees, including educational facilities. And you can see by fee category what the fees are, and then the total calculated fee compared to the total current fee. And this is, as Nicole mentioned, the transportation is varying, but this is for Southwest District, but at the end we'll show each district separately. So you can see that overall the rates are increasing about 35 to 40%, and really almost 80% of the fees is from schools and transportation. And those two, when we look at the capital facilities that a jurisdiction owns, they are the most expensive capital facilities to build, and the fees reflect that too. In terms of non-residential, again, the same type of analysis for Southwest. Because schools, parks, and libraries are charged only to residential land uses, you don't see them here. And about 95% of the total fee is transportation again here. And this, the percent change varies, and that variation primarily due to the differences in the demand component since the last study. And this is the more land uses. Okay. So going through each one, if we start with public safety, the capital inventory includes 6 county-owned EMS stations and 4 additional buildings. So altogether, 150,000 total square feet is included in the inventory. The county overall has about 18 stations, but only 6 of them are owned. So we only include the owned stations for impact fee purposes. And then we also include vehicles and equipment. For all the service areas, the unit costs are estimated through a review of any recent construction the county completed, if the upcoming estimates, bids, insurance values of the buildings, and then this is also supplemented with data from other jurisdictions. So in this case, that gave us about $260 per square foot for the buildings. And then in the land value component, similarly, again, we look at any purchases done by the county or any appraisals. We look at the value of the current properties where the facilities are located from the property appraiser database. And we also look at the vacant land sales and values of the similar size parcels throughout the county, again, based on the data from the property appraiser. So in the case of public safety, for capital facilities, the level of service is population per station. So it's about 65 to 70,000 population per station of the owned facilities. Overall, again, when we look at all 18 facilities, they are handling more around 20,000. So that's what the public is receiving. But as far as the impact fee calculation purposes, we are only including the 6 again. And this is just provides a comparison to other jurisdictions that kind of gives you a range. So overall, total asset value is about $61 million. So that's buildings, land, and the equipment and vehicle. When we divide that by population, that gives us about $150 per person. So what that says is this community has invested at a rate of $150 per person to public safety infrastructure up to this point, and that's our starting point to charge the new development. We then look at, again, what other revenue sources are being used for capacity expansion projects. So there's a use of sales tax, some general fund. So overall, that's on an annual basis is adding up to be about almost $2 per person. And then that gets brought back to present worth over a 25-year period because of the life of the structure. That structure is going to pay that. So the total credit ends up being about $32. So we take the total cost of $150 and subtract that $32, gives us a net cost of $122. And then that gets multiplied by what we call a functional resident coefficient. That basically looks at all people in the community, residents, workers, visitors in and out of the community, and where they are throughout the day. You know, they spend so much of their time at home, so much of their time at work, and so on. So it kind of spreads the people across different land uses. So that gives us a residential fee of $174, and then you see some sample categories in non-residential. And this fee is actually going down compared to the current adopted fee. This chart shows the comparison to other jurisdictions. In here, we included the study date, so you can see the data that's driving their fees, like the date of the data. Some are haven't been updated more recently. And then we also show the assessment percentage. So as mentioned before, the study calculates the maximum fees, but the board has the policy option to adopt them at a reduced percentage. And this is showing what other jurisdictions do. Some adopted it at 50% and so on. So when we look at single family, it's ranging anywhere from about $47 in Charlotte County, which adopted at 50%, to all the way to about $390 in Osceola County. So that kind of gives you a sense for what other jurisdictions are charging. In the case of law enforcement, there are 5 facilities, about 325,000 square feet and 35 acres. And buildings value is estimated around $350 per square foot, land at $135,000 per acre. As far as level of service, that's measured in terms of officers per 1,000 population, so that's right around almost 2 officers. And again, this gives you a comparison, kind of puts you right around the mid-range of the other jurisdictions. So overall, total asset value is about $145 million, and per person, that ends up being about $515. Again, that kind of showing the investment the community has made up to this point. From that, we look at other revenue sources being used, and sales tax is one of them. So it gives us about a $7 annual credit, and over the 25 years, that ends up being about $120. So the net cost is about almost $400, $394. That net cost gets multiplied by the coefficient again. So the single-family mid-sized home, or a residential in your case, mid-sized home is about $600. It's about 12% increase. And then we have variations in the non-residential again, depending on the demand side. So this is showing a comparison to other jurisdictions. So for, again, single-family 2,000 square feet home, the fees are ranging anywhere from $250 to $587 or so. And then there you can also see the non-residential ranges. Libraries, there are 7 libraries, about 123,000 square feet, 17 acres, as well as the collection and materials are included. In terms of level of service, the buildings is square footage per population, and the library materials are items. And you see that compared to adopted level of standards, as well as some general standards published by the state. So overall, total asset value is about $68 million. On a per person basis, that's about $160. Credit is, again, based on sales tax use, ending up about $2 per person. So the net cost is about $127 in this case. So the fees, libraries, of course, charge only to residential land uses, and the fees range anywhere from $120 to $336, depending on the size of home. So that's about a slight decrease, like minus 10 to plus 10% variation, depending on the category. And compared to other jurisdictions, their fees are ranging from about $80 to $680. So you're sort of in the middle. Parks and Recreation, the county has about almost 3,400 acres. That's included. That's resulting in 8 acres per population, per 1,000 population level of service. And overall, the total asset value ends up being about $528 million, or about $1,265 per person. So after transportation and schools, parks tends to be the highest or most expensive capital asset, and again, the fees follow that. Again, when we look at other revenue sources being used, we see the sales tax and some grants and so on. So altogether, the credit ends up being about $4.50 per person annually, and then the net cost is about almost $1,200. So that net cost gets multiplied by residents per unit, and then the range is about $1,100 to $3,100 is the calculated fee. And then you see that's quite a bit of an increase from the current fee. And one thing that's different, I think we were able to capture more of your assets this study. So it did have both cost increase and a bigger inventory. This is giving a comparison to other jurisdictions again. And again, you can see the fees are ranging anywhere from $400 to $3,600 or so. So you're at $2,500, Sarasota County $2,700. So it kind of seemed reasonable to us. Transportation is calculated a little differently than the other ones, so I'll go through the formula. We start with the cost of building a lane mile. One lane mile is about $4.5 million. So if we are building 2-lane 1 mile road, it's about $9 million. That carries about capacity of 11,300. So the cost per person miles of capacity is about $400. So that just basically says every time a person is added to the transportation network, it's costing the county $400 to provide that infrastructure. Average home travels about 24 person miles daily, so that multiplied with the 400 gives us the total impact cost. That's about $9,600. From that, we subtract the credits, so the net fee is around $8,000, just to give you a sense how that works. Transportation also has a demand component, cost component, credit component. Demand component is demand is measured in terms of trip generation, now how many trips each land use is taking every day, how long those trips are, and how many of them are new trips versus capture trips. So the data sources is the National Institute of Transportation Engineering reference book, which has a lot of trip generation data. That's supplemented with Florida Studies database that we included in the report, and that's really the studies done at sites in Florida, and that has trip generation, trip length, and percent new trip data. And then we also look at the model. Cost component, again, looks at any roadways built here or other structures, and the recent projects that are built in Manatee County averaged about $3.2 million per lane mile, but we also looked at other jurisdictions throughout Florida, and they average about 2.8, and because it's a bigger sample and to be on the conservative end, we end up using 2.8 million in the formula. This chart kind of shows you the cost increases, and you see the boom around 2006, 7, 8, and then the decline. After that, we started recovering, and now what we are seeing is costs keep going up, even now. So overall, when we add the design cost, right-of-way cost, and so on, total cost ends up being about $4.5 million per lane mile. And then in terms of credit, we look at all the revenue sources, again, for the whole network. It's the county and state funding. And this is, again, ongoing annual revenues, not one-time developer credits. So overall, there's about $35 million a year of other funding going into transportation infrastructure, and about 70% of them is coming from state revenues and about 30% county. When we say this revenue is one thing, we want to explain on the county side, that's primarily, again, the sales tax. It's a little bit of fuel tax, but mostly sales tax. And fuel taxes used to be, in our mind, the dedicated revenue source, but they've been they haven't been effective in able to keep up with the costs because they are on a per gallon basis. And although state taxes are indexed, local taxes are not indexed. And then we also lose ground with the fuel efficiency. So when we look at a value of a penny compared to mid-90s, it's for the local taxes, it's less than half of its value then. For state taxes, it lost some, but it kept it better because they are able to index. So that's the one reason why fuel taxes are only enough now to maybe maintain the roads, not really add capacity. So overall, again, this is showing the Southwest District. The single-family home fee would increase from about $4,000 to $8,000, and then you see variation in the non-residential side depending on the land use. Then to determine the fee for other districts, we look at the fee differentiation, and like Nicole mentioned, we kept the current boundaries as a benefit districts. The fee differentiation looked at level of service. So adopted level of service for transportation, it relates to the speed and congestion. And it's really more of an exception standard, saying no road will be worse than this condition. But for impact fee purposes, it is used as an average. So we'll say half the roads will be worse, half the roads will be better. And the actual achieved level of service tends to be better than that standard. So when we look at it, so the level of service says on average we will travel at 13 miles an hour. And we see that in all districts, the travel conditions are better. The relatively most congested district is the Southwest, and also there is inability to add lanes there, so we kept that at the adopted level of service calculation at 13 miles. Other districts, we moved them up to really try to help protect some of the current conditions, so that's about 17 miles. So they are traveling at faster rates, they are enjoying a better level of service, so then the fees kind of reflect that as an option. So this is provides a comparison to current and calculated fees, and you see in the non-Southwest districts, the residential fee would be about $9,100, and currently they are ranging from about $5,000 to $7,000 about. And then this is showing comparison to other jurisdictions. So, for example, Hillsborough County has a two-tier system, which is about $6,000 in the urban, $9,000 in rural. Sarasota is at $4,700, and there are a couple other. Osceola County is almost $10,000, and so on. And then this is giving you a few more categories, a few more jurisdictions to compare. So again, in terms of summary of calculated fees, so this is starting with Southwest District Residential. Again, the fee increases about 35 to 40% when we include all fees. And then non-residential varies partially because some of the variation is due to new land uses being separated from subcategories, and some is because of the demand changes. And then this is showing Northeast District, and residential is increasing about 20 to 25%. And then again, there's variation on non-residential. And then Northwest is 25 to 30% is on the residential side, the increases. And this non-residential. And finally, Southeast District is also 35 to 40% increase on the residential, and varies. With that, I will turn over to Nicole for next steps.
Okay, so to conclude our presentation today, I'm going to go over some next steps and then the supporting exhibits that are in your pamphlet. So we're here today for questions and answer, open dialogue, and feedback from the commissioners and the public, of course. We plan to have our stakeholder engagement at this time through the month of February, and I have a list of those community partners that I'm going to show you on the next slide. Tentatively, we're scheduled for a work session in front of the Planning Commission in February, before the Planning Commission in March for consistency findings, and then tentatively we're scheduled for April 1st adoption. That's our current project timeline. So this is the stakeholder engagement that we have planned so far. It's in your packet. If you have any other suggestions, please share those with us. I've, between online review, in our neighborhood connections, all the different social media outlets, and then you see the Gulf Coast Builders Exchange, BIA, and the chamber subcommittees. And again, if you have any other suggestions, please let us know and we'll add that to our list. And then lastly, I wanted to just touch upon, there's a supporting exhibits document that was laid in front of you today that was not in the agenda packet. This is just meant to be a visual aid. There's nothing different in this packet that isn't in the other presentations that were presented in the agenda. It's the current study compared to the new study based on the results, new fee schedule based on the results, so you could see them on top of each other, both residential and non-residential. And then we gave you slide 6 shows you kind of like a capture of the history of the different adoptions percents that we've done that the board's done over the years, and the changes with, for example, when we suspended education fees or reduced road impact fees in 2009. The next slide gives you just a comparison of population and growth rate, so you had that tool. And then the last few slides are just bar graphs to support a visual aid to the charts that were in Negan's presentation of the study. And that concludes our official presentation.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Good information. We'll go ahead right now and we'll do commissioner questions. Commissioner Whitmore?
So before I start with what I was going to ask, approximately average about 35% increase in impact fees is what the study shows.
And I don't know, it may be more efficient if I sit on a mic and Negan stands here, because I'm not sure every question is going to go back and forth. But
Okay. Yeah. So
yeah, it's not consistent, correct. It's not consistent by land use across the board, but she could confirm overall it was 35%.
Yeah, that's what she stated. Okay. Bill, I had a couple of questions to ask you. This would take effect within 90 days after we adopt it. And I just now saw the history. We'd have lowered impact fees because I remember I've been involved since 2009 and because of the recession, and we eliminated the school, or they asked to and we agreed, and then 50% reduction on roads at one point. We didn't totally eliminate all of them, but we did eliminate because the cost of construction absolutely collapsed, and it has to be a scientific study with data that's accurate that says they only will pay what it costs to build whatever, correct?
Correct. That's the law. And I think it was 2011 or 12, John, that we reduced them by 50%. I don't
says
remember
here
which year it
2009,
was.
Yeah, 2009 on this graph.
2009. All right, maybe it was earlier than I remember.
Yeah.
Maybe I guess we started ramping them back up maybe in a couple of years later.
And this is another legal question for you because we've gotten this almost every day since I've been elected. When we do look at a development, and according to the laws that have changed that you had mentioned in your beginning here, that these developments are only required to not fix a current condition, but only what effect they are taking on their new development, correct? I'm talking about transportation.
Generally, that's correct. There's the concept of infrastructure deficits that are existing at the time that development occurs, and you cannot require developers to correct that deficit, only to address the impacts that they create from their new development. It's not always a clear, bright line. I mean, it's Clark Davis that really bears the brunt of having to figure out, where the division lies between those things when we're looking at an individual development project. But as a general matter, you cannot make them pay for problems that exist at the time that they come to the table and ask for development approval.
In West Bradenton, I'm just using an example, 26th Street. I think that's even in the city of Bradenton. If we need a new road, we need sidewalks as long as I can remember. And the citizens can't understand, and it's not that they can't understand, it's legally. We can't use impact fees in that area, correct? I mean, because new development is not affecting that area. It has to be used in the zones, correct?
Well, every part of the county is included within an impact fee benefit district. So impact fees that are generated in that district can be used there. And I would imagine there are some impact fees generated in West Bradenton, just not nearly as much as in the east side of the county. The main issue there, I think, is that impact fees have to be used for the capital cost of creating new infrastructure to serve development. So you can't use them just to repave roads, to clean up existing operational and maintenance issues with roads. You have to use them to build new lanes or new turn lanes or create new capacity for more traffic to go down the road. And that is where I think the public, feels like they'd like to see them used just to fix up the roads we have. But if you're not adding capacity, if you're not creating the capacity for more traffic, then you can't use impact fees for that expenditure.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
What if we, and the only other funds that we can use on current roads is gas tax and our infrastructure sales tax, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What, in Osceola County, I think when Ed Hunsaker was administrator there, their commission did vote for 100% impact fees. And I just remembered in 2015, or maybe it was even 11, we talked about this, and the development community said, you've miscalculated. It isn't costing you us that much to build a road. and they had to refund every citizen. And we all know that, but I just thought, and you actually mentioned that in the beginning when you presented to the citizens, correct?
There are situations where local governments have had to refund fee payers. I'm not sure that the Osceola situation was driven by the fact that they were at 100% versus 90%. I think it may have been driven by a problem in the way that the proportionality was calculated. But obviously the legal risk is always there. I will say, that's something that we've learned to deal with. And the consultants, there's more stability, I think, in the law right now in terms of how impact fees should be studied and analyzed, except in the educational impact fees. So in the others, you don't see as many instances of courts overturning local government fees as you used to. I think there's a little more comfort level there. That the consultants have learned to be conservative about it in terms of what they bring forward to local governments. So while there is legal risk, it's measurable. It's something that we're able to kind of manage.
Thank you. John, it wasn't really brought up, but public safety, the sheriff, explain what the impact fees pay for. They don't pay for personnel, but could you explain what they pay for, like in their cars and all that, and their equipment?
Yes, ma'am. So proportionally as we grow, they increase the number of deputies and the equipment that is the deputy utilizes. For example, an additional cruiser and everything that is necessary to equip that vehicle. The same with our EMS units. When we add EMS units to the fleet and we use impact fees to pay for those, it basically equips that EMS unit completely and it's basically ready to go at that point. So those are some examples of what impact fees are used for in the public safety side.
But not employees.
Correct.
Okay. One last question, and you could probably answer it. We've had recent meetings where I know it's probably including everything, but we've been told that it costs, I wrote between 8 and 13 million because I have a headache and I can't remember which number it was, but between 8 and 13 million dollars a mile it is to build a road, and I saw 4 something in this backup. But that's probably with everything, right? Like sidewalks, sewer.
And that's a per lane mile based upon looking backwards of
Right.
what we've been spending the past several years on infrastructure improvements. So when you think about the new roads that we're building, there's some variability too. You start building in more areas with more bridges and wetland crossings and things like that. Your certainly cost per mile will go up. But generally speaking, the average that you saw here in the study is what we looked back in the previous projects that we had in inventory, and that's the number that came out of it.
And I know everybody's thinking the economy is real good right now, but what if we start coming down a little bit like we did in 2010? Do we have to wait 5 years if we found out that that things are coming down in price, and so we need to decrease our impact fees? Can't we do that in between if we have the right data, correct data?
Yes, ma'am. We can update the study when we see trends like that occurring, and our goal is to have a fair fee. We don't want to overcharge anybody. We want to provide that infrastructure and that growth component consistent with what's happening out there. So if we see wild fluctuations of cost like we did in 2009, we will certainly reassess those.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. Does this thing work? Can you hear? Yeah, all right. I have a couple of questions and then one kind of comment just on presentation that kind of goes along with what Commissioner Whitmore asked about the 30% increase. I just like things being presented to the public in a way that I think makes a little more sense. I don't see it as a 30% increase. This is just me. I'm not saying I have a problem with the increase, but just to clarify to people watching. That's 30% overall, and there's 2 variables there that I found, I'm not going to say misleading on the number, but just to make sure we're on the same page. Number 1, that's using an old number at 90% versus a new proposal at 100%. So that's a little different. Second thing is, this entire report is going under the assumption that the school impact fees stay constant. We all know they're going to do their own report. They're going to increase it probably proportionally to what we're doing, if not more. So, I redid all the tables, and if I remove the school part and only look at the fee increase of the county charged impact fee today versus county impact fee change from previously, it's actually, for a sub 1,000 square foot home, it's an 86% increase. It actually goes from what we're currently charging, about $3,200, to what we're going to be charging close to $6,000. And again, there's a lot of moving parts, but just from a clarification standpoint, if the school impact fee makes up more than half our impact fees, if you keep that variable at zero, then by definition, it's not going to look as big. But if you only look at county, roads, libraries, parks, et cetera, increase from one report to the other, it's substantially larger than 30%. That said, I also took it and redid our current ones back up to 100% to compare apples to apples, and then said, okay, it's a 5-year study, so what's the compound kind of growth rate on these fees over the past 5 years from where they were to where they could be? And the reality is, it only looks like we're looking at about 5 to 8% year-over-year increase. So I'd be interested in kind of what our costs for parks, roads, things like that are. See if this could just be a trend. Percentages look bigger when you do them over half a decade versus year over year. So 5 to 8% a year doesn't look huge to me. I mean, housing prices are going up 5 to 8% a year. So that part doesn't bother me as much. I just like presentations that kind of lay things out a little clearer. So that was more of a comment than a question. But I did have a couple of questions. Number one, I had commented that I thought the 1,000 square foot threshold to start was a bit high. I think it hurts us from an affordability standpoint. It doesn't encourage smaller units. I know there's other ways we can handle that, and we'll talk about that during our all things housing work session. But I was curious, why is it common that everyone starts at 1,000 square feet, even for multifamily? Because you build a studio, you're going to have one person living there, probably some 22, 23-year-old kid just got done with SCF or something. They don't quite have the same impact as, a 1 or 2 bedroom 1,000 square foot unit would have. So I was curious if it's common for all counties to start at 1,000 square feet, or if some of them have a smaller level. I know we get pretty granular compared to some others. Some only have 3 levels and we have 5. But I was just curious about that starting size.
Most counties have more like a 3-tier, 0 to 15, 15 to 2,400 or so, and then more is like, and that's where we start seeing the slope of the people per housing unit changing, as far as, so that was the background. But some jurisdictions are, especially on the multifamily end, are going to start using smaller buildings as well, and we have some jurisdictions trying to look into tiny homes and so on. So it's becoming bigger interest in maybe creating some other categories. We sort of kept your current categories, but if there's an interest, they can be refined further.
Okay. Yeah, just because we are talking to people about tiny homes, about more efficiencies, smaller unit sizes from a density standpoint. If you're going to get hit with impact fees at 1,000 square feet, you're going to build to 1,000 square feet. It's just,
there's not as much sample right now of the smaller homes, but there's definitely some interest.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Next question. This is more for County Attorney Bill Clegg. You mentioned something about looking at other funds. Are there gas taxes, impact fees are how we're paying for roads, but those are the only ways we can pay for roads. There's no way of coming up with another funding source that maybe doesn't just hit new developers?
Well, those are not exclusively the only funds you can use. Obviously, general fund dollars are also available for any public purpose. The way Florida law works for local governments, really the ad valorem taxes are the only taxes that we're allowed to levy under the Florida Constitution. Everything else has to be conferred upon us by the legislature in accordance with general law, the magic words. So unless the legislature makes another revenue source available to us, no, we cannot. I mean, we can't. We're dependent on the state government to give us those tools. Now, there are other ways that you can fund roads. There are MSTUs, which are, small property tax districts, special assessments. Those are the two that I can think of off the top of my head.
We don't control our dock stamps in any way.
No, that is definitely governed by state law.
Yeah.
That is definitely the legislature's call.
Then I guess my last question, comment, but you kind of answered it with, well, she left. These reports are detailed reports. This thing is massive. I read it on a plane. Fell asleep twice, but read it on the plane. I find it hard to believe somebody could push back on us charging the impact fees, this report says. I mean, this kind of goes back to that flood map we had the other day, where it's like we're using really detailed models to do these things. And I find it unlikely that if we had a pool of cash going towards things like infrastructure and parks, we couldn't find a way of utilizing that cash. I'm just curious why because I wasn't here before. I've watched a lot of these and read back on things, but what was the rationale behind the 80%, 90% previously versus charging the 100? I'm not saying to charge 100. I'm just curious so I understand fully when we get to that conversation down the road.
So you're asking me?
I'm asking anybody.
Because I'm not sure I'm the
Commissioner
best
Whitmore
person
brought it
to
up, and
answer.
she was here at the time, but she left.
Madam Chair, before you answer, respectfully, I would just say that was a fiscal policy decision of the board, not a legal decision. So it's best that I defer to the elected officials that were here at the time.
There were several reasons, as I recall, that we did that, such as looking at the other counties in the area, what they were charging. At the time, ours was the highest around us. And the other thing is something I don't think most people realize is that everybody always wants to say the developer pays the impact fees. But the issue with that is that, once they have the CO, the person buying that property is going to pay those impact fees. And, because costs are always given to the buyer. I mean, the people are going to whoever is building is going to get their money back. And so in looking at that and trying to make sure that we didn't want to make it even more difficult for residents at the time to be able to get a mortgage, we wanted to keep them in a price that they'd want to be in, because ideally, if you have someone that's looking to build a home, it's their dream home at the time. And, we wanted to keep them being able to qualify. And because they were over $16,000 that it was costing per home, generally, for impact fees. So it was looking at it from that standpoint, trying to make sure that we didn't price the public out. I mean, what is the percentage? I'm curious. Bill, this is something you might know, or Nicole, you might. The only time really impact fees are paid is on new construction. If I go out and I buy a home that's already there and built, I'm not going to pay impact fees. Right. Chances are the only time I will is if I'm going to do improvements to the home. That being said, what is the percentage? Does anybody know in Manatee County of new homes being built versus resale? Do we know that? I don't think it's very high, the amount of new homes
nationally,
being
I think
built.
it's only about 10%.
I'm just talking about Manatee. But I don't think it's very high. Maybe somebody, I'm surprised we don't know that. Okay. But, those are things that we need to look at to make sure that we keep Manatee in a situation, and you mentioned affordable housing. Absolutely. So when you look at the total impact fees, and you're right, schools aren't even involved in this at this point, and it's going to be even higher. Where's the price point that the person that is trying to buy a home, what is it before we price them out of that home? And that's something that I think counties in the area, everyone is looking at that and being concerned. And that's primarily, I think, why we did it initially.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I don't 100% agree with the analysis, but again, everyone has their own opinion. I mean, costs aren't always passed on. I mean, if we increased impact fees to $100,000, houses aren't going to immediately go up $100,000. People can only afford what they can afford. This is an open market. I mean, I look at a lot of real estate loans, and someone will say, well, I bought this property for $10 million, so give me a $7 million loan on it. But I look, and the property's only worth $5 million, and they're like, but that's not what I paid. I'm like, well, your cost basis has no bearing on my opinion of the value of your property. It's worth what the market is willing to pay for it. And, you could also make the argument that collecting more provides more parks, more libraries, more roads, which makes that house inherently more valuable anyway. So even if someone's paying slightly more, they're probably getting their value worth on it. But again, I'm speaking. This is a devil's advocate conversation. We're not answering the question on what we're going to do with impact fees. I'm just trying to make sure we lay everything out there. Our share of impact fees, even on the new report, is about $6,000 to $10,000. 10% of that is, if we went back down to 90, is $600 to $1,000. So at an 80% mortgage, that's $500 to $800. I fail to see how anyone's not going to qualify for a mortgage over a $500 increase in the cost of their house. And since we use things like livable amenity to cover impact fees for affordable housing, that's not even on the table really for a real discussion about impact fees, because if someone's going to truly provide affordable housing and sign a LORA for it, then the impact fees aren't directly affecting them, nor the value of the house they're going to sell.
And the one last thing, George, I forgot to mention this. Another one of the reasons was because at the time we were going through a recession, and the problem was we wanted to make sure that we didn't hurt any industry because of jobs. We wanted to make sure that we kept people working, and that was one of the main reasons as well. Anyway, Commissioner Servia and then Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Yes, thank you, and a wonderful presentation. Really good. Just a couple of questions, please. I heard that the non-residential categories are expanding a little bit, but they're very general in nature. And so if we had a land use, let's take Wawa. I love to use Wawa because is Wawa a gas station? Is it a restaurant? Or is it a convenience store? How would impact fees be assessed for a Wawa? Is it broken down, or is one chosen?
We would assess it as a gasoline service station as the principal use based off of fueling positions, and not count the C-store square footage in addition to that. So we wouldn't double count. It would just be based off fueling positions.
Yeah, so I find that interesting because I know a little bit about Wawa, and they're really more of a restaurant than they are a gas station. So, and those are some of the challenges, I think, with impact fees. I think impact fees are a very challenging revenue source, and that's just one of them. And it largely places the burden on new development for paying for infrastructure, which doesn't get us where we need to be. So, yeah, impact fees are a real challenge. The other thing I'm going to ask about is the methodology assumes that the larger the home is, the more people live there. And that is that generally true?
That is based on data from Manatee County, sample data from the census. They actually sampled it and then looked at the size of the homes as well. So it's not a perfect population data, but it is a sample data from census.
Okay. And then,
but you see it that it's not a linear, like it's not 1-to-1. You add 1,000, you don't add a one full per,
Yes. Yes. Which it also goes the other way. If you have a 500 square foot home, you likely have one person there, and if you have a 1,000 square foot home, you likely have one person there. So the impact there, that may be why we started at 1,000 square feet.
Right.
Okay, so can you issue bonds based on impact fees?
They are not used as a first pledge against bonds because they are more they're not as certain as the ad valorem tax or some other taxes, but they can be used as secondary pledge and be used to pay for debt service if the debt service funded capacity projects for a given area. So it's only for the capacity projects, not replacement renovation type projects.
Can you say that again or another way?
They can be used to pay off the debt service impact fees if the debt service, the bond funded capacity projects. So like if they build a new park, they can use impact fees to pay that. If they've just renovated the park, they cannot use it. So just like normal impact fee spending.
Okay. All right. And I was thinking about public safety. So public safety, Manatee County has an EMS fleet or ambulances, take ambulances. And then Manatee County also has private companies that we work with that provide ambulance transportation. Is that correct? Am I correct in my understanding?
Yes, Commissioner,
Okay.
and Jake Sowers here, but the private sector ambulance service, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, provides sort of a backup to us when we have extended periods of wall time at the hospital and things like that. We call them for those types of overflow efforts.
Oh, okay. So they're not used on a regular basis. It's more of backup.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jake Sauer, Public Safety Director.
Can't hear you. Wait a minute. Try it now.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Jake.
It's working now.
It's working now, I bet.
Can you hear me?
No. You really need to be on the mic if possible.
Testing, testing.
You want to come here?
Tap the. Yes, it's on.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety for Manatee County. We do have 2 private ambulance services within the county. They are not primary 911 response ambulances. They have their plate full all day, doing hospital to and from discharges and admittance. Manatee County EMS focuses solely on emergency response.
Okay. I didn't realize that, so thank you. Because I was going to ask if there had been a cost analysis done on when the county provides the service versus the private sector providing the service. And, because the capital improvement wouldn't be needed with the private company versus the county. Have we done an analysis like that to know what is the most cost efficient?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner, I don't think we have, Jake, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. And along those same lines of thinking, if the board's policy changes to fund roadways in a different way, if for example, we begin to issue bonds for roadway construction, would that trigger a new impact fee study? Would that be something where you would recommend the impact fee study be reanalyzed or not?
It really depends on the level of it, because impact fee study looks at how the county is funding it, as well as the state, maybe over a 10-15 year periods, to make sure that we are getting an average annual expenditures over different time periods. So if it is something substantial, yes, it should be reviewed. Sometimes, for example, a county adopts a sales tax after the impact fee was already calculated, and a big chunk will go to transportation or some other area. Then we recommend that the credit calculations would be relooked at.
Okay. All right, those are my questions for now.
Misty, a good example is 44th Avenue. Nicole.
May I do a follow-up to Commissioner Servia's gasoline question? Commissioner Servia, staff too struggled with that because I frequent the Wawa at my intersection quite often, and you're right, I very rarely get gas. I get a sandwich way more than I get gas. And so we have to pick one or the other. And so we made the recommendation to pick the primary use as gasoline based off the number of pumps. We don't have to. We can go back to reviewing it as a square footage for commercial is what it would fall under. We also discussed with the consultant on what's commonly practiced, and it seemed like more communities charge based off the gasoline service station fueling positions versus the square footage.
Yeah, and actually Wawa is a different, whenever we deal with Wawa, when our clients ask, we almost have their restaurant portion calculated separately, retail restaurant, and then the fuel, because they have a lot more parking than an average gas station convenience, and they have a different structure, so it's almost like a combination mixed use type of development. So it's unique. One thing in the most recent data, after your last study, Institute of Transportation Engineers published a new trip generation book, and they did look at the gas station category separately. They used to have a bunch of different versions of it. They sort of combined it, threw away the old studies, and they tiered it by the square footage of the convenience store. But it's on a per fuel pump, but it's tiered by how much square footage they have. So they try to capture that impact, but still I think Wawa is sort of unique, sort of a mixed-use type of development.
Thank you.
Is that it, Misty? Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, no one in this room labeled impact fees, but it's a pet peeve of mine when we refer to something as a fee when it is quite obviously a tax. So I just want to make that clear. This is a tax on new residents who are coming into town. My first question for staff is, what I haven't heard is, what is the total amount of impact fees that we collected? How much of this how much taxes were paid by new residents in 2020 last year? What did we collect?
Commissioner, we have a progress report that we have on our website for the public to view every day, and it shows the impact fees collected minus the school districts. There's a summary note at the bottom that says these are for your law enforcement, libraries, public safety, but does not include education fees. And it actually breaks it down year over year, and you can look at each month. And so, we ranged last year from 3.6 million on the high to 2 million on the low one month, with a total of 33 million.
So 33 million last year.
Correct.
Was paid by new residents.
Correct.
Do we have reserves? Do we have impact fees that we've collected that are sitting in reserves?
Correct. And I wonder if Director Brewer could answer that better for me. We do, but until we can use them. There's a limit on how long you can reserve them.
Sure. Is she here?
She's coming at the mic.
Wonderful.
Welcome, Jan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ooh, got to go down a little. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Administrator, County Attorney. You have 3 sections that we are calculating, basically. In transportation, you do. We come and present when you do your CIP. We calculate where we think we're going to be. We add what we think we're going to have for 5 years, and then we take it off. At the current time, the remaining balance we have within reserves is $32 million. We plan over the next 5 years in transportation to spend bring in $48 million and spend $55. So based upon the plan you've got in the CIP right now, at the end of the next 5 years, you'll have $25 million in reserves in transportation. And that varies between the different districts. Of course, Southeast is extremely strong. And currently so is the Northeast and Northwest are gaining too.
Okay, so right now we're sitting with 32 million in reserves, just in transportation.
In transportation and parks, you have 8.9. Inside your EMS, public safety, library, law enforcement, you have 9. Total of 47.8 million.
Okay, so total reserves from impact fees unspent, we're sitting on 47 million.
Correct.
And last year we collected 33 million in impact fees.
Last year,
that's according to Mrs. Knapp.
I would defer to her right now. I can pull up the report if you like.
Okay.
Put out a bid out of reserve, and it's very, very complicated.
Jan, would you mind sending all the commissioners a total of where we are right now for each impact fee?
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to. We actually just got the FY20 unaudited numbers, and I've given those to John, so we'll be happy to send those out. And then you can see for each district how much has been spent, where it's been spent, and what's left.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking that is because I know with impact fees we have a certain amount of time that we're supposed to spend them. So that's why I'm wondering. We certainly have we seem to have problems spending money. I can't believe it.
Well,
How's that possible?
Actually, over all the districts, there are only 2 districts that are a little bit beyond the 7 years. One is an old impact district in transportation, D, and F. Those are programmed in to be spent in the next year. But other than that, you're within the 7 years on all your impact fees.
Yeah, we probably need a list that we can look at and really.
We have that,
Commissioner.
That's okay.
Forgive
Thank you.
me.
And I would say that this type of information, I would hope, like in future presentations, this is the type of thing that should be included in our presentation. Moving on to transit. So it was interesting, all the trip generation data. Parish and Lakewood Ranch, there are no transit lines running into those areas, correct? Right. So my question is, but we're still charging them an impact fee for transit?
So we are not actually increasing the impact fee because of transit. We have a calculation that shows that when you add the transit, the cost stays within 5% of if you didn't add it. So we don't add that additional 5%. We just make sure we give credit for any transit type projects to be sure, but we don't necessarily increase it because 90% of the travel or more is auto-driven.
Right.
The transit is very small.
So I guess my question is, do we charge an impact fee for transit for those areas that are not serviced?
I mean, we are not. So we are not charging anything additional. Like if we took out the transit, the cost would actually go up.
Really?
Because right now what we are doing is we are looking at the transit with transit cost, without transit cost, using the without transit cost because it's within 5%. And it's a little more conservative, it's a little lower, but we give credit for any transit related. So we do recognize anytime there was an investment for a capacity addition, sidewalk.
Then they get a credit.
They get a credit. So if we took that out, the credit would go down, but cost wouldn't change. So they are not being charged really.
Okay, that's good to know. And then libraries. So like Lakewood Ranch, for instance, they're just receiving a library now. Have we been charging new residents in Lakewood Ranch an impact fee for libraries since 1991? When did they start building houses in Lakewood Ranch?
No impact fee.
No impact fee for them for libraries?
No.
Okay.
Not until 2016.
Not until 2016.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much. Good. So then, I just sort of end with a 33% increase in taxes seems kind of harsh. I would say unwelcoming, perhaps, to new residents. And what concerns me about this at this time is, Democrats are now in charge of the House and the Senate and the presidency, and we're hearing an awful lot of proposals that would mean huge increases in government spending. And we're also hearing about a lot of regulations that were repealed during the previous administration. The Democrats are talking about reversing the course on. And what concerns me is that that's a recipe for an economic downturn. And there are a lot of economists who are predicting an economic downturn this year. So, personally, I want to hear the rest of, what everybody else has to say. But coming into this, I just think to myself, gosh, I don't think this is a time when we should be increasing taxes. I would rather us be in a wait and see period. I'm not saying no to this, but I'm thinking we should be slow to enact this and wait and see how the economy reacts to massive increases in government spending and new regulations. So that's where I am right now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
Real quick, the reserves that Commissioner Van Ostenbridge is talking about, those are in a lot of that in their CIP. Isn't that folded into the CIP on the projects? It's just you have to have money in the bank before you can build it, correct? Do we know how much of that is actually designated on a project that's ready, to be built? It's designated?
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, so every project that we put in the CIP, when y'all vote to approve that every year, we do a construction cost estimate for building that project out, and we have to have that money in the bank before it's put into the CIP or when it's adopted into the CIP. So if we estimate 44th Avenue or a new park, and we estimate it to be X million dollars to build it, that money needs to be in the bank.
I'm thinking like Moccasin Wallow. And we have monies in the impact fees in that zone. Mm-hmm. That zone are those monies in reserves? The money, they have to be in reserves to be able to start building it, correct?
Correct.
And how much is actually, still haven't answered. Anybody know? How much is actually not assigned to a project that's in reserves now, if any?
Jan Brewer.
It's probably 20%, but we'll find out. And as she's coming up, impact fees are not only for new residents. I have many friends that have sold their houses and bought new, and hopefully me someday too. Mm-hmm. We'll have to pay. I don't care about the impact fee if I want to buy a new house, but I think it's not just new people. A lot of people are relocating all over now, moving different areas. You can get something so affordable in North County now, and new.
Commissioners, Jan Brewer again, Director of Financial Management. I'm going to give you total numbers for everything, or would you rather just have transportation?
I think Commissioner Van Ostenbridge was talking about transportation. Do you want to talk about all of them?
Transportation.
Well, if I could, it might be easier if we
it.
do transportation first. So since inception, this county has brought in $349 million of taxes. You have spent, impact fees. You have spent $251 million on projects. $64 million are in process right now. The ones where we're talking about we had to have all the money up front. Okay. Those projects are in flight. The $32 million that I quoted Commissioner Van Ostenbridge earlier, that's what's left in reserves in FY20. But using the planned 5-year plan, once you bring in and take out, you'll only have $25 million at the end of the 5-year plan in reserves, and of that, 15 will be in the Southeast District.
So 10 million is really not spoken for, but everything kind of is?
No. 25 million is not spoken for at the end of the 5-year plan.
And that has to be used within 7 years in
Yes.
that zone wherever it was collected, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I got it.
That is correct.
Thanks.
Jan, I'm going to butt in and ask a question here. It's a little bit confusing sometimes when we're talking about impact fees being designated, and for this project, we've got to have the money, in the fund to be able to start a project, et cetera, et cetera. But also, you like on 44th Avenue, I know that we've bonded quite a bit on that, and it's
Yes.
paid for with impact fees. How do you handle that situation, and are situations like that included in what you're telling us?
Yes, ma'am, and I really appreciate the chance to bring that up when you were talking about it earlier. So with bonding, you cannot bond impact fees as a specific source, but what we did with 44th Avenue is we bonded based upon the full faith of the non-ad valorem. So we used everything else on the governmental side, but we're paying it with the impact fees
Right.
from those districts. So we have an amortization schedule over the life of the loan, and we've programmed that into the 5 years. So those debt payments are taking into consideration when I'm quoting these numbers.
All right, and so when you talk about, and John O., when you talk about projects, we have to have the money before we can start the project. How is that handled, though, when you're talking about, like in the case of 44th, we bonded that, but it is being paid for with impact fees.
Correct.
Do we look at other projects the same way? Can we, or where are we with that situation?
Let me repeat back what I heard to make sure I'm going the right direction. So when we look for funding and a road, we look at all sources that we can come from. And if we have the recurring revenue availability to pay for a road through bonding, that's the key. In a downturn, when the impact fees stop, we have to have available funding to still make that debt service payment, even though it was not bonded with impact fees, it was bonded with full faith.
Right.
So when we're going through, when we say the comment, we need all the money up front, the clerk is required that before we let a contract, say for a road for 44th, we actually had the money because we bonded it. And we're just paying back the money over time, but we had all the money because it's just getting a loan, and you had it up front.
Right.
So the clerk has made it very specific that when we go to sign a contract, all the money has to be in place, or the funding has to be planned for it and in place.
Right.
So that we've tried very hard to come up with that. So yes, 44th is an excellent example of that, and I can tell you 2 ways. There's a 20 million piece of 44th that's going to happen in 24. So some of that money that we're talking about, we're sitting on right now in the Southeast Impact Fees, that's triggered in and planned into that 5 years for that.
Yeah, and the reason I ask the question is because, sometimes the public maybe don't quite understand, and it sounded like, you've got to have the money there before you can do the project. And I just wanted to make sure they understood that about the bonding process. And another thing that we haven't brought up, and I'm hoping we will, probably not today, but is public-private partnerships. I think this board needs to really start looking at those very seriously. We have done some in the past, but I think we need to do quite a bit more. So any other, I'm sorry, Commissioner Whitmore, are you finished? Or
I just had, my last question was, you still kind of didn't really answer. So we do have, and I understand what Commissioner Baugh is saying. In order to maintain our credit rating, in order to bond without it affecting anything, because we have our credit rating, that's why we have that money to put it in a line item to prove that we can pay it back.
May I say it a different way?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so for 44th Avenue, that really is a really good example. We needed a substantial amount to do the current section of 44th. To do that, we went out and bonded, but what we pledged were the revenues from the non-ad valorem government. So basically on the governmental side, not the enterprise, not the utilities, not all that, we pledged that we would take that revenue and that would be our source of repayment for the bond. However, because they will let you use impact fees, 44th is a growth project.
Right.
We're using the impact fees to pay it back. If the impact fees, I think the point I was trying to make, if we get into another recession, the thing to watch for is if impact fees reduce, you still have to make that debt payment. And we have successfully set aside gas taxes to do that. But we're spending those gas taxes each year on one-time projects. So we've always got that recurring that we're looking at, but we're going to use the impact fees first.
Okay. And Madam Chair, can somebody answer where'd they get the $135,000 an acre in the study? Is that countywide and they averaged it?
In terms of public
In
safety?
the presentation?
So we went through several analyses, but that figure was based mostly on a property that the county is about to purchase, and it was considered a representative area for the future type of infrastructure. I think it was like it was appraised at 107, but the asking price was much higher, and the county estimate was somewhere in between. So that was one specific project, but we also looked at what the value of the current parcels are, what other kind of sales are, and that figure still seemed reasonable compared to all that analysis.
Thanks, I'm done.
Yeah. County Administrator.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer a question, but I just want to clarify again, as I know we're always talking about wanting to make sure the public knows where this information is, but your capital improvement plan that's on your capital improvement dashboard, you can go in there and look at any project, but given 44th as an example, you can remind yourself of all the kind of twists and turns we've had with that project, that you started off with putting together the entire project for a span of about 20 years, but then you all were successful in getting state dollars to come into that project as well. So each year on an annual basis, when you go back in and update your capital improvement plan on each project, you have about 500 projects right now in the capital improvement plan. Not sure, John might know exactly how many are transportation projects. This is the total amount. But we go back and we take a look at that. But in your sheet in there that's on that dashboard that any citizen can reach, it shows the breakdown of cost related to the project, where the funds are coming from. So if it's impact fees, it's listed there and the amount. If it's another type of fund, it's listed there and the amount. And then, as was mentioned by Director Brewer, when we come back to this board on an annual basis, we're updating the project for the status and the amount of funds, and then this board is reviewing those sheets to make sure you have the funds from where they're being either considered or if you want to go a different direction. So one of the things that we've talked about doing, because the CIP is such a large document, is as we're going to be having a work session for the pre-budget on your budget in February, we've talked about taking and setting aside another time frame just for the capital improvement plan so we can bring everybody up to date prior to the June date, which is when we present the annual budget for the next 2 years of that 5-year plan. My big concern is just reminding everybody is that, as was mentioned, there are projects that are in flight in various different years. Some are collaborated with the state. Some are contingent upon previous commitments that have put us in a different year, and the costs may vary. So that's why we bring that back to the board on an annual basis, and then we talk with the board about how you want to move forward. Thanks.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you. So to sort of Commissioner Whitmore's point, referring to our bond rating, we're a AAA bond rate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, and we are currently borrowing money at like 2%.
Mm-hmm.
Construction costs are going up 7 to 10%. If we were to reduce the amount, this is getting into philosophical discussion about reserves, but if we were to draw down our reserves and use them for road projects, for instance, and our bond rating were to fall to a AA instead of a AAA, our rate would probably go up, and it would probably go up, let's say, a point, if that. So now, we have a AA bond rating, and we're borrowing at 3%. Say we're borrowing at 3.5%. Construction prices, at a conservative estimate, are still increasing by double that rate annually. So it still makes sense to draw down the reserves, to increase, to get aggressive with building roads. And I guess that's just back to my point there is that the math still works out. You're right, the rate would go up, but the math still is very much in our favor. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Jan Brewer. Wait, your mic's not on, honey. Sorry. Make sure you say your name, too, just for the record, to keep it, because sometimes...
Jan Brewer, Director of Financial Management. Just a couple of things on the bond, and I know we'll get there because it's the decision of the board and what you want to do, but a couple of things to lay out. Currently, because of our rating, we don't have to keep a reserve. Your general fund payment is about $21 million a year. So on a normal basis, if we had a lower rating, you're going to have to keep a year's worth of that to the side. So that means you're going to have to take about $21 million and put it in reserve. Currently, you don't because of your high reserves that you have, but that's something to take into consideration when you do it. And overall, for the bond ratings, the only problem I see coming up in the future, we have to do that balance of if you borrow the money but you can't get the projects out the door, then you get into arbitrage, and that's the only other factor to take into place. But that's it.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Wait, Jan, don't go anywhere because I've got a question after.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Jan, I guess my question is it's pretty simple, actually. In looking at our bond rating right now, how much more money can we borrow and keep that bond rating?
I think in the market that we're in right now, I'd like to put that question to your financial advisor and let him answer. Before, we had a substantial, I want to say it was the full amount we needed to bond for 44th Avenue, which was 90, but we bonded substantially less because some of the pieces, you got some funding from the state that was able to offset it. I want to say off the top of my head, there's about 30 to 40 more million capacity till we're fully at and start dropping. But let me pose that question to your financial advisor.
Please do, because I was told by one of our advisors that it's substantially more than that. So that's why I'm asking. If you could let us know, that'd be great.
Sure, I would happy to.
Okay. Commissioner Van Ostenburg, are you? Okay.
I'll reserve the rest of my time for later.
All right. I have one more question from my end before we go to public comment. And my question is to the county attorney. Bill, I know that we have to do a study around every 5 years. But does that mean that we actually have to increase our impact fees or just do the study? Which is it? I don't know.
It doesn't necessarily mean you have to increase your effective impact fee rate. To maintain a legally defensible program, you should amend your impact fee ordinance to incorporate the new study. It's basically an exhibit to the ordinance, and then there's a fee schedule that reflects that study in the code. So those code amendments do need to happen when a new study comes forward, but the board can adjust the effective percentage at which it's levying the fee to keep them flat or reduce them or increase them. Again, it's a fiscal policy decision of the board.
We're going to go ahead now and open to public comment.
Commissioner Satcher has a comment.
Oh. Commissioner Satcher, please join us. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me there?
Yep. Yes.
All right, great.
Good to hear your voice.
Good to be here. I appreciate y'all. And good discussion, as always. So I guess I want to put out what seems to be my role, which is put out what I would like to see, some vision and some big picture. And we need to think about, do we serve these reserves? Does the county serve the reserves? Or does the reserve serve us? And so not only is the construction cost going up year over year and at double the rate of any interest we might pay on a bond, but also just the health and well-being and happiness of people and productivity and time they get to spend with their family goes up if we can have that increased capacity in the meantime. So I would like to see us look into that seriously. I would like to see us raise our goals. Right now, I've got some projects I've been looking at and talking to Public Works about, and And I'm trying not to be frustrated, but it takes, we're talking like over a year to get a quarter of a mile of a sidewalk right now. And that's on land that we own. And that just blows my mind. And I think that it needs to be all hands on deck to figure out how we can do better, and how we can get people, what they need, the roads that they need, faster. So there's a lot of things that I don't hear from my constituents, but there are some things that I hear consistently. And one of them is that we need safer and better roads. So I'd like to see us look into that seriously, and see what it takes, see how we can maximize and turn this 5-year plan into a year plan, into a 2-year plan, into a 2.5-year plan, instead of the other way around, the 5-year plan, and then we revisit it 8 years from now, and a lot of the same projects are on it. Maybe that's just, my way of looking at it. Maybe I'm wrong, and we are knocking things out faster than it seems. But I'd like to see us just raise the bar, and that's not to say that anybody's done anything wrong in the past, or that staff isn't doing a great job, or that people aren't working hard. That's just to say, let's be sure that these people that are working on these things, that we're giving them what they need. If they need more budget, if they need more public-private partnerships, and if they need some more bonding, then we need to look at it seriously. That needs to be more than just an option. That needs to be something that we see at this point. I think that we need to look at seriously. I remember on the campaign trail hearing that, talking about bonding. I think the first person I heard talking about it, bonding for roads, was Commissioner Cruz, but I could be wrong on that. But I think it's something we need to look at seriously, and that's all I have. So thank you all.
Thank you, James.
And thank you for all your prayers and well wishes.
Yeah, it's good seeing you. Next on the list is Commissioner Servia.
Oh, thank you. So I have a question regarding Commissioner Satcher's comments. If we wanted to take our 5-year plan and compress it and build more facilities in a shorter amount of time, are there any other challenges? And I guess I'm asking maybe John Osborne or Sherry, are there any other challenges to building facilities faster other than the money that we have in reserves or the money that the government has to pay for it? Is that our only challenge, or are there others?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the challenge is getting the project in the CIP first, but then also getting it designed. We do some in-house design. We're not staff for doing major design work for major road projects. We typically hire those out. The consultant world is just as busy as anybody else. We have a hard time getting consultants to schedule those in a timely fashion sometimes, to start the projects, to start the design. We go through the same permitting process everybody else does with federal and state agencies. We also have sometimes some projects also run into some, like for example, 44th Avenue, where you have an issue with a conservation easement, with FP&L power lines, sometimes you have projects that are very complicated, especially in areas where you're building in an urban environment where other stuff has happened already. You have also land acquisition timetables sometimes that get pushed out further due to eminent domain and things like that. So there's a lot of factors involved with every project, and we have to do them and spend the public dollar a specific way, consistent with the law. Can we do certain things faster? We're looking at our processes right now in terms of how we do business. What's that project management schedule look like? Those of you who've ever worked in project management, you think of it in terms of a Gantt chart. And how long is it taking each task for you to do? What are your obstacles? And every time we go through a project, I know our project management folks look at it again and say, how could we have done this faster? What's the better way to do it? What are the steps involved? What processes are we using? And we're doing a deep dive into that right now. We're using a newer system called eBuilder, which is also helping us provide that management framework of projects. And we're still in the early phases of that, but we're already seeing some improvements. But a lot of times, some of the same things that kind of delay things a bit are, going outside for design, sometimes their timetables, or we're all competing for the same people out there in terms of either hiring them in terms of to work here, be a design person, or hire that same consultant to do the work. And also on the construction side, those same contractors are building stuff for the developers as they would be for us. We don't have construction crews, heavy construction crews to build roads. We contract all of that out. So we're competing with the same people a lot of times too, and we're sort of sometimes hostage to a lot of those private schedules as well when we go to compete in the marketplace for that same work.
Thank you.
That was an excellent question, Misty. It's interesting for those of us that were on the campaign trail this year. We heard a lot. That was the main thing that we heard from residents. I mean, there's 3 other commissioners here that can tell you because we all ran. And that was their biggest priority, was roads, traffic congestion. And I know this board has discussed this a lot. And I know that, infrastructure needs to be the top priority. And it starts with this board. As far as what all has to be done, yes, there's a lot that has to be done. Yes, we do get caught up with the private sector on that. But at the same time, if we really wanted to push forward, we could set up and work and get more public-private partnerships going. There's a lot we can do. But I would love to see, I'm looking at some of these work sessions that we've got coming up, and I think the number one priority we should have at this point is to look at that CIP and make a decision before Jan and the county administrator and everyone starts looking at the budget for this coming year. We have to make sure this board has to make decisions on really what we want to see in that CIP and how we're going to move forward. So I don't think they can do but so much with the budget until they really hear from a new board on some of the things that I've heard in the past that's come up. We have a lot of decisions we need to make. Commissioner Servia. I'm sorry. Commissioner Cruz, you were next. And then Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, Commissioner Satcher made some good points on the reserves, and I was kind of surprised to hear that. I know this county loves reserves. Like, we just want to hold reserves everywhere we can, but this doesn't seem like the kind of line item that would need a reserve. I've never heard that anyone ever needed an emergency library. Like, you plan this out way in advance. If we're going to collect money from people because they're quote-unquote impacting our community, well, they're not impacting our community 7 years later. In theory, they're impacting our community the minute somebody moves into that house. So if we're not providing the proper services and expanding our roads and our services to that new homeowner immediately, but we're doing it 7 years from now, either we're admittedly giving them a lower quality of life because they're impacting things we're not providing proper services with the money they paid, or they're not impacting it in the first place. So I would think we should come up with a better system of utilizing these funds. If we're going to sit on a reserve that's higher than a year's worth of impact fees, then either we're spending it too fast or we're collecting too much. I mean, it's one of those two things. There's no other third option on this. And maybe it kind of goes back to what I said about how we handle our millage rate, where we look at how much revenue can we grab first, and then we figure out how to spend it. Maybe we should look at what we can spend, because if we're capped because of various issues, and they are, maybe there's consultants and we can't design fast enough, or we can't get enough laborers to do stuff. Well, if we're capped, we're capped. And so maybe we should say, okay, let's look out 5 years if it takes that long, because that's how long this report goes. What can we accomplish with TBD impact fees over the next 5 years for the greater good of where we know the growth is going? Now let's see, okay, what impact fees do we need to achieve that? Because if we can only build X number of miles of road, then there's no reason of collecting X plus 1 impact fees, because we're not going to be able to utilize them. So let's go within the framework we have, or find other systems. And that goes like with the public-private partnerships. Half the people in this room here can build a road cheaper and faster than we can. Why aren't we taking advantage of that? If it sounds like our issue is timing and manpower and just capacity issue, and not project issue, because God knows Commissioner Satcher's district can spend every penny of impact fees we collect in the next 6 months just to fix the roads up there if we gave them the opportunity. If it's capacity of design, capacity of manpower, but what it doesn't sound like is capacity of cash, because we're sitting on reserves, why aren't we talking to the people out here right now and saying, give us your proposals on moccasin wallows and Eries and sidewalks over by Parish Community High School and things, and let's get this money to work, because these people theoretically impacted those areas when they paid the impact fees. So let's fix what they impacted and start giving them a better quality life with the money we've already taken. There's no reason to spend 5 years waiting to spend impact fees, because that's just half a decade of crummy service we're providing to the people that theoretically overloaded our libraries and our parks and our roads. So, I'd like to see us figure out ways of putting this money out the door before we figure out ways of getting more money in the door. And if we can, then by all means, I'm okay talking about what that fee needs to be. But let's make sure we can promise that we can spend it for the greater good of Manatee County before we just collect it and then sit on even more reserves doing nothing with it.
All right, Commissioner Whitmore?
Just real quick, hearing where we want to look at our CIP plan all over again because we have a new board. This is a 5-year plan. The CIP, everything in there, how many projects? 500? You said something like that? 500 projects are in a certain stage of moving forward now, in year 1 through 5. And we all know that. So that's disheartening for me to hear that. We're going to have a work session to change our CIP. It's more or less because the new board may not like it. These are people that we've already hired. These are people that we've spent money on. These projects we've already started. We're getting right away. We're doing all kinds of stuff. We're getting ready to build something. And I just don't, in all due respect, Madam Chair, I don't let the new board look at this and maybe redo it because we don't like it. And hopefully I don't have a majority of the board members that feel that way. We work really hard to stay right in line with our CIP. It's a long-range plan, and we vote on it every year. And everybody that's an old board member has voted on that every year. So, I'm hoping, I don't think you meant it like that, but just in case, I don't like to hear, well, now we got a new board, let's just look at the CIP and let's go through it and have our own work session again. This is a plan that we have moved forward for with money spent on probably all 500 projects, or they wouldn't be in the plan.
All right, Commissioner Whitmore, I'm going to respond to that. The reason I said what I did is because, number one, you do have 3 new board members that need to look at the CIP and get familiar with it. Damn. Second of all, it comes down to the point of the commissioners are the ones that are out there in their districts, and then the 2 at large all over the county, and things do change in a short amount of time sometime as far as what priorities should be. What developments have just really sold, and now we have a whole lot more traffic in a certain place than what we thought we would have. This is something that needs to be looked at every year. And every project in that CIP, yes, we do. That is correct. I'm getting to that. Thank you. Every project that's in the CIP has not been started.
Do you know?
A lot of them haven't. And I think it's something that we really, if we're going to take transportation, seriously, then we need an in-depth look to make sure that we feel that we're covering what we need to cover, period. That's what I meant by that.
Thank you.
And I stand by it. We need to have a workshop. Don't forget the areas
that aren't high growth areas. Reggie's district, Misty's district, and actually all commissioners, Van Ostenbridge's district. These are the areas that aren't collecting these monies a lot, especially the West and Commissioner Bellamy's district. So when we make this plan, we can't forget the rest of the county from the at-large commissioner's point of view. I don't want everything moved out of other districts that need help also. So the CIP is very important for the areas that aren't growing as fast as other areas.
That is very true. And Commissioner Whitmore, I didn't say
Thanks.
Any of the such. We have quite a list now. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you.
And then Commissioner Satcher.
In my head, I just keep thinking big wheels turn slowly. This is a very large undertaking, all of these projects. So it does take longer than we would hope because they're really big projects. Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit more about Commissioner Cruz's statement and I think it was a good one to highlight this discussion. Why do we need a 20% reserve for a library? There's no library emergencies. And so I want to ask the question, because this is how I understand it. Once we have a CIP project for a new library, I think we begin saving money to staff the library. Is that true? Is that partially why we have the reserves? So that money is built up.
Not in the impact fee program.
Oh, not in the impact fee program.
Right.
In
your general fund.
In our general fund.
I would make a comment about that since you brought it up. And of course, in your impact fee, we're not funding the operation of anything. But you do have to rely on plugging in the general fund side that you need for operating and maintenance. This is something that we talked about last year, and as John Osborne was mentioning, why as staff we've been working on realigning all the projects to make sure that when they are constructed and come online, you have what you need projected in your general fund to be able to open, operate, and maintain them. And that is a little bit of a challenge, especially when projects are delayed like this. But that's part of why some of your reserve is there to be able to address that. You're going to have your Lincoln Pool come online in the next year. You have staffing and operating for it. At some point, you'll have the East County Library. You have some other things that you'll discuss. So in answer to that, it comes out of your general fund to operate and maintain.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then a question about how long do we have to spend the impact fees? 7 years?
7 years.
Right. So from the time we collect it to the time it has to be spent within 7 years, or we have to return it. Have we ever not spent impact fees?
Not to my knowledge, but.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'm going to go with Commissioner Satcher, and then I'm going to go with Commissioner Bellamy, and then Commissioner Van Ostenbridge again. Commissioner Satcher.
So Commissioner Cruz just made an excellent point that I hadn't really connected all the way through to the end, but he said, if it really is a logjam, if there is no way for us to do more as far as with the service and what we're doing with this money, then we really owe, it's not our money. It's not the county's money. It's the people's money. And so we should consider, lowering their taxes. So I don't know if that's the situation. I think it would be very strange if we, put our full creative power and energy and thinking about what we could do to get more done faster, and then to find out, there's nothing, this is a limited resource. The design capabilities are limited and they're topped out. If that's what we discover at the end of the process, then I think we should seriously look at that and say, okay, well, we don't have a use for this fund or for this revenue source at this level, so we need to lower the level. And I don't think that that there'd be anything wrong with that, with lowering taxes. That's a great idea, or lowering fees if that's what Kevin likes to call them. No, that's not true. Kevin hates to call them that. But regardless, I think that's a great idea. I also want to just breach the subject or make the point that, money, if we are using impact dollars to increase our capacity, and then we say, but we cannot use it to fix the resurfacing or to fix manholes or potholes, that's fine. But we should realize that in every district, not using money to increase capacity or having a separate source of income to increase capacity, that takes pressure off of other funding sources. In other words, if we have $1,000 to fix a pothole, and there's nothing else, that's putting pressure on that money, then we can go ahead and fix the pothole. If we have $1,000 that could fix a pothole or increase our capacity, then all of a sudden we have an extra pressure on that. And so these dollars that are coming in for impact fees, they do take pressure off of other areas of the budget. And so I guess it would go back to a rising tide, is going to lift all ships. Even if this money gets spent in one particular area and not another, that still helps the other areas because we have more funding freed up to go in that. So I think that's something to look at as well. So those are my points. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bellamy. We haven't heard from you.
Oh, no, I listen a lot. It's a lot of great points. But I do think I want to put on the table for us to move aggressively with the private-public conversation in an effort to get some of these projects better done. How that looks, I think we would need some guidance, obviously, from staff or the county administrator to see, because if we have our friends here that can actually build roads cheaper than we can, we need to take advantage of those friendships and make sure we serve our community the best that we possibly can. So I would like for us to be a little bit more aggressive in looking at those private-public relationships to find a way so we can get some of this stuff done. We'll always be here with conversations like this, but how do we move the needle and perform and get things accomplished is what I'm a little bit more concerned with. And I do have a lot of needs in District 2, and some of them are not going to always be met with impact fees, quite clear, because we've kind of grown out. But with the history of the community that I serve, we have a lot of need of sidewalks and roads and things of that nature right there. So if there's an opportunity to bridge that gap with aggressively moving toward the private public partnerships, I would like for us to explore that as quick as possible.
With you. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, and then our county administrator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I sit up here and I've had administration in general, I talk about certain projects that I would like to see, some big, some small, but the most recent one would be Mr. Osborne explaining why projects in the CIP are, why they take so long and the process. And the roadblocks that he's explaining are probably, very legitimate. I'll say they are all very legitimate. But at some point, if you're in the general public, what you're hearing from government starts to, instead of being legitimate roadblocks, it starts to sound like excuses. And when we get up here and we say that we want to put our foot on the gas with things, we're looking for solutions. And you still have to tell me all the roadblocks, obviously, but they need to be followed with, some possibly thinking outside the box and coming up with some solutions. We've heard one already, which is public-private partnerships, and I'm hearing that from commissioners, but I'm not hearing that from administration, at least not to the level that, you're not saying it loud enough that I'm hearing it. So that's sort of the culture change that I referred to, in 50 hours into my tenure. That's the culture change that I'm looking for. I'm looking for staff to take the initiative when we hear us up here saying that we want to put our foot on the gas and get more aggressive with these projects and with funding. Come to us with those ideas. I'm looking for you to be more proactive with that. Another example would be I emailed a department head about simply beautifying a piece of property, and I received an email back that was like 2 pages long, and I was talking about putting in a flower bed along a major roadway, and I received an email back that was 2 pages long that included just one excuse basically after another as to why we could not do that, which got down to we would need a survey. I mean, because the mulch might be 15 inches over onto state property. And it just, at some point I thought to myself, there's not a solution in this email, and the email was quite lengthy. And that's the sort of aggravation that that I've been feeling lately with this sort of thing. And in reference to Commissioner Whitmore's comment that she hopes that essentially because there's a new board, is that the only reason that we're looking at the CIP all over again? It absolutely is. We came in with a mandate from voters. There was a clear mandate from voters when we got elected that they wanted to see change. And we are looking to implement that change. Doesn't mean we're going to tear the CIP up and throw it away, but we should absolutely come in and look at that CIP because clearly voters were not thrilled with the way things were going, and they wanted to see some change. So yes, we are going to look at the CIP again, and yes, there are probably going to be some changes made to it. And I think that's probably a reality that you need to start accepting, that there is a new board up here. There are 3 new board members up here that are going to see things a little differently than the previous board did. I look forward to working with you, and I think that we're going to find we agree on more than we disagree. As Reagan said, if we agree on 80% of things, that doesn't mean we disagree on 20. We still agree on 80% of things. So I think we can get a lot done for the county moving forward, and I look forward to working with you to do it. So thank you, Mrs. Chair.
Madam Administrator.
Thank you. Again, good conversation. As has been said, I think everybody's right up here. I'm not trying to play the field or anything, but I think everyone's right about what you're saying and what we've been doing. I unfortunately just reiterate something that the Deputy County Administrator mentioned, but it's not a roadblock and it's not meant to be negative, because we're positive moving forward, and that is we spent a year in a national slowdown for a lot of companies. And so as everything starts to come back and we look at who's out there and available, we are certainly wanting to move projects forward. And what the deputy said was, we've had trouble with having companies be available and ready and charged up and ready to go. That is a hindrance, but it doesn't mean it's the hindrance moving forward. Secondly, we had already talked about, and I appreciated the idea that staff normally spends a lot of time bringing forward CIP projects to the board in preparation for the budget. We would welcome the concept of talking about that first in February, and I'm looking for a date for that so that staff isn't putting a lot of work into projects that are going to come forward that are going to be controversial or unable for us to accomplish or not going to be able to be gone. So with that, we are definitely interested in that. We think we have a date for that. We are holding a spot on your calendar for that. And that would happen shortly after your February 16th pre-budget meeting. And so that's all in good. Also, in that capital improvement plan, could we rehaul it? We've attempted to do that back and forth. There is another key asset in there, and that's what's called a project of record. And we'd really like to go over that project of record list and get rid of projects if the board is not going to be considering them, because those are other things that give people the preconceived idea that a project's going to come forward in 8 to 10 to 12 years, and if it's never going to make it, let's get it off the list right now or put it aside so that you can focus on the items that you want. And then lastly, this board is here to guide the directives to the county administrator and the staff. We're looking for you to set policy that helps guides us towards where these projects come from and how they move forward. And all of the things that you've discussed are things that we're able to do, but we do have to bring you back real-time information from the industry about what we're up against. And with that, it doesn't mean there can't be something special put together to see if there's an amount of money that's available to put out for potential public-private partnerships, and you feel comfortable that it allows the rest of the projects that we need to fund out of the general fund to still be able to be committed, then we can look at that too. Thank you.
All right.
One more?
Madam, just a minute. Madam Administrator, I really appreciate your comments. I thought they were right on point. I'm going to go to Commissioner Whitmore, and then we're going to go to public comment. We still have 3 more items on our agenda, so we really need to move forward. And I hope that that's in agreement with the rest of the commissioners here, but we really need to move forward. Commissioner Whitmore, do you have something to add to what you've heard?
Of course I do. We have done public-private partnerships for years. Pat Neal's here, Lakewood Ranch, Rex Jensen and SMR have built all the roads up front, a lot cheaper, and then they got impact fee credits. I was there yesterday. I mean, we're doing it as we speak now. We're doing a $4 or $5 million project right now where they're paying up front. And they can get it done cheaper, and they can get the staff. They have staff where we don't. As you heard, Honore, Pat Neal's here. I was there during the ribbon cutting. Couldn't get it done fast enough. He did it. Fort Hamer Road, the new road that you're doing, he's doing that up front. We're going to give him back. So to hear that we're doing new things, we're not. When development and the community was willing to step up, we were right there with them because they can get it done cheaper. The White Hats, Pat Neal and only a few of us remember that. That was redoing the new 301 in North County and Parrish and Ellington. That was millions and millions of dollars because that was also infrastructure as far as sewer, water, all that. I mean, it was a big project, and Amy Stein was county commissioner in that area then. So that was a big public-private too. But I am going to say that we also, on our projects of record or projects that we have made commitments to the citizens on CIP projects, and don't even want to bring it up, but I will, with the new animal shelter on Lena Road. As of yesterday, they raised $350,000, the public, of the $2 million committed, during COVID without a major event. So the public is stepping up on certain things, and we need to look and see what other CIP projects that we have committed that maybe haven't gotten that far, or that the public is invited to or participated in. And maybe Mr. Niels and the others are participating in other CIP projects like Moccasin Wallow and all that. We're not going to do anything with that, of course not. So I appreciate, and Kevin, I understand this. I understand how it works. And we are going to agree on more than we're not going to agree on. And we do have philosophical differences, which is totally okay. This is a free country still. And but of course, how I feel and how you feel, we're going to go at it until one of us get our own way. We understand that. So it's nothing about being disrespectful or anything like that. It's just, you know, I want to work with everybody. I know there's a new board, but again, when I hear, well, this was the old board, and, you know, give us respect for those that have been here for a long time. 4 of us have been here. 4 of us had voted for those CIPs, including Commissioner Baugh, who just came on again. So, you know, we're willing to look at it. I love George's ideas. I like some of your ideas too. But let's all try to work together, and I think it's maybe sometimes how it comes across, you know, but maybe not. But let's, you know, I win and lose them, and then I move on. I don't concentrate on it, except maybe for the animal shelter.
Madam Chairman, may I ask one quick question of Tyndale Oliver before you move to public comment?
Go ahead.
So I had written down $135,000 per acre. Is that an average cost? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Some project, she said.
Something was on my way. Yes. So what we do for the land values, we look at multiple sources. So we start with looking at what your current, like the land that your current buildings are located, what that's worth. What are the vacant land sales in the county? What are the vacant land values, and so on. And also, most importantly, what's your most recent purchases as well as upcoming purchases. And what we try to do is a representative cost that county is likely to spend when they buy the next piece of land on a per acre basis. So it is an average cost.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I was thinking I might call the property appraiser, because I bet he could tell us exactly what the price is, the average price per acre.
Madam Chair, could we just do a 5-minute recess?
That's what I was getting ready to bring
Okay,
up. Yes,
thanks.
sir. We're going to take a 5-minute break to give the clerk time to get ready for public comment and to give us a chance to stretch our legs. Thank you.
I had to call some speech therapist.
All right, let's get back going here on this agenda item. We're going to go to public comment, and this is a workshop, so that means that the only thing that can be discussed is the actual item that we're discussing with this board. So we're going to be speaking about impact fees, and right now I have, I'll call them in order, Mike Meehan and then Pat Neal.
Mike Meehan, Manatee County citizen. Just a quick comment on the impact reserves, which are restricted by definition. I think it begs the larger question, what are the total restricted reserves that this county has on its balance sheet?
Move the mic up. They can't hear you. I can't hear you. There.
The impact reserves are restricted reserves, and they comprise a sub-portion of the total restricted reserves. And I think it's worth pointing out that total restricted reserves that the county has on the balance sheet today, well, as of July 31st, 2020, which was the last financial report that's been available to the public, the restricted reserve total was $374.1 million. So, I mean, my question as a taxpayer or anyone that's paying these impact fees is, what is the ultimate disposition of these reserves? What are you going to spend the $374.4 million, and when and on what projects? The other part of this discussion is the unrestricted cash, which is almost $551 million. So, I mean, that to me is the challenge that this new commission faces going forward, is these prodigious amounts of cash that have been accumulated. What's going to be done with them? Are we going to spend it on roads? Well, fine. And any legitimate public purpose. Let's get after it and spend the money. And if we're not going to spend it, let's figure that out too, and talk about returning some of it back to the people, as Commissioner Satcher has pointed out, and Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. If we're not going to spend it, let's return it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Pat Neal. I think I can do this in 3 minutes. First, if you could take this piece of paper which I handed out. I'd like to say that the new home tax only affects about 9% of the property sales in Sarasota, in Manatee County. 91% are resales. This is a home at $209,000 that we offered until last year. You might note that impact fees are $16,623 on this home, and total governmental fees are about 17.3% of the total cost. First point is, I don't think we ought to have a tax on citizens that's only a tax on 9% of the homes. To Commissioner Cruz, happily, we have a 230-page book of Florida tax sources you can find on the internet. There's about 16 or 17 unused local tax sources and about 160 other tax sources. It's a very cool reference. If you just Google Florida Tax Handbook, it will tell you some other revenue sources that you don't have. Here's two of them. A half-cent sales tax in Manatee produces about $38 million. It's split between 617 pending projects. It starts with an indigent cemetery and ends with a sewer and water project. It also does libraries, parks, as well as transportation. So in Manatee, we spend about $38 million of our sales tax per year in collections on 7 different major items. In Sarasota County, they tax $92 million. A full penny is worth $92 million in Sarasota County, and they're catching up to their taxing needs or infrastructure needs. 3, Carlos and I, in all of our public-private partnerships, have contributed the land, which is 55% of all transportation costs. We've done 10 public-privates in this county. We're doing an $80 million public-private in Sarasota County. Commissioner Satcher, we recently built a sidewalk that was budgeted at $1,224,000, and we built it for $304,000 within about 9 weeks. So I'll close by saying, I think you're on the right path on infrastructure projects. There are other revenue sources. Private enterprise is happy to help you. I'd like you to look at these 617 projects. I think there's some that you might wish to take off in fully built out West Bradenton. We want to work with you, but closing, I think a tax on 9% of the homes is the wrong tax.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Andrea Griffin, I have a card here for you, but it's not on impact fees. Did you? Okay, got it. Well, if you'd like to speak on impact fees, please come forward.
My name is Andrea Griffin, Manatee County residents. Related to the increase in impact fees, I will not be supporting this measure. These fees may be charged to builders or developers, but in reality, they're charged to the residents during the purchase. It is my belief that these properties cost too much in the county, and lifelong residents, people with generations, are being pushed out due to the rising cost. What I'd like to see is our infrastructure being fixed with monies we already have. I'd like to address these issues, this issue related to the increase of impact fees in a few more years. I'm not asking for it to be reduced, but I'm also not asking for it to be increased. We're required to do the study. We've done the study. That was our statutory requirement. We're not required to increase it statutorily. I don't know how our federal statute or our Florida statute could force us to increase monies. So that thought there is just, it's a no-go. But another thing is that what's really, really irritating me is staff recommendations. Like, why? I understand they want to give us reports, and that's their job. Staff recommendations, on the other hand, is not their job. That's your job. And I'd like you to start taking that back. Our bureaucrats have entirely too much power, and it's time for our elected officials to take that back. And then also, in response to Mr. Van Osten Bridge talking about the decrease, why would we do 90% instead of 100%? We heard, I want to say for 6 to 8 months at the beginning of the year, Ms. Whitmore's telling us that our housing will be declining by 2022. So now we're posed with the problems of what the coronavirus has brought to our town, and now we're dealing with a major political revolution by the Biden administration, which could totally impact our county. And it is of my belief that we, the people, voted for less regulations, less taxes, and less government. And that is what I expect, because many of you ran on that. And so we are going to hold your feet to the fire every week to demand that. Less regulations, less taxes, and less government. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward on impact fees? Mr. Baroof, and Ken, if you would follow behind Mr. Baroof, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity. There's very few things that I like about my white hair, but 40 years of being here, I've seen the implementation of impact fees. If you're a citizen who cares about his community, you want the community to operate at its most efficient. That's just natural. From my perspective, you start with impact fees. It picks on a 9% of the people instead of all of the transactions in Manatee County, and I've been saying that now for 35 years, since impact fees started in 1985 or 86. But the bigger thing I see here is the fact that you are indeed sitting on a tremendous amount of funds that have been squirreled away with the right intent, no ill intent. But you are a taxing authority. Every year in November, you're going to get a bunch of money. from your tax revenues. So the idea that you have to have significant reserves in all of these departments, and instead of putting to work for the citizens of this county to improve the infrastructure, which is the biggest complaint that I know all of you get, is not a good idea. We were the first group to do a large project combined with 5 other developers. We called ourselves the West Buckeye Group. It was the forerunner to the White Hat Group that did 301. And Pat and I teamed up in 2008 and showed the county how you could get the Fort Hamer Bridge from a $110 million budgeted item to $30 million. The reason the Fort Hamer Bridge exists today is because we showed the county how you could reduce that budgeted item from $110 million to $30 million. 301 was done. I just recently finished and completed Port Harbor Parkway. That road cost $5.6 million, and it would have cost you $9.7 to $10 million to do the same road. And that does include the right-of-way. So I applaud you for trying to push the private-public sector, not because, and part of the reason government can't operate as efficiently as we do, it's not your fault. You have laws and statutes that you have to abide by, procurement projects that we in the private sector don't have to. We don't do it any different. The standards are the same. Port Harbor Parkway was built to all the appropriate standards that are necessary for a county road. But we just have a different way of operating our businesses than you are allowed to. So thank you very much for my time. I hope that you take the private sector as a partner and start letting us lead and put together what we did with 301, with Port Harbor Parkway, to an extent Fort Hamer Bridge, and now as Pat is doing on the Fort Hamer extension. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baru. Mr. Piper? Is there anyone else from the public after Mr. Piper that would like to speak? All right, not seeing anyone. I do know that we have a couple of phone calls. All right, Mr. Piper.
Good morning. My name's Ken Piper. I'm a Manatee County resident. I thought Mr. Neal's statement that only 9% of the people are being taxed. This morning, for the first time, when they were explaining the credits to the impact fee, I thought they said that the infrastructure sales tax is a credit on that, so that helps to reduce the developer's impact fee. Second of all, when we were discussing lowering the impact fee a couple of years ago to 90%, there really wasn't a reason given except that we didn't want to be sued. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think that's a good enough reason. I think if you're going to reduce it to 90%, then come up with a good reason that you're doing it. And don't just say we're afraid we're getting sued, because that means that you have no faith in the people that did the study. And I know Tischler Buys, they were very confident in their study, and they said that they had never lost a case. So if these folks are as good as Tischler Buys, I would urge you to, when it comes to the vote, that you vote for 100%.
One last time, is there anyone else in the setting that would like to speak? All right, we'll go to the phone then. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first caller, number 445-445. Please hit star 6 to unmute.
Glenn.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Okay. Glenn Gibbelaine for the record. Here's my thought on it. On the 35 to 40% increase, will the county reimburse Livable Manatee that extra percentage to pay those impact fees or not? That's my first question. The second question is, where is the accessory dwelling units? If you're going to charge us an impact fee, yet restrict our square footage, you're going to charge us a minimum of 1,000, even though we can't build 1,000. So I don't think that's very fair. Let me proffer this. I think you should take a percentage of any house that's under 1,000 square feet, and that's what they should pay. So if I've got a 300-foot tiny house, it's 30% of that 1,000 square feet. You have to level the playing field. The second thing I want to say is that the Sadowski funds, we don't know when they're going to get them. You're sitting on $47 million. Just give us a bridge loan, and when they come in, we will pay it back. But you are making the citizens of Manatee County suffer because they see no light at the end of the tunnel on that $25,000 payment, down system of payment. You've got the funds. You need to do it. Then one thing better, I don't see why you cannot do right now, today, as a recommendation, do a flat 3 to 5% across the board and earmark it as affordable housing fund. Then we would have the funds to build some affordable housing. Look at it, the permits, they pay $600 for 3 months worth of water. Do you think $500 for affordable housing fund is going to make any difference to the developer? Zero. So if you're going to raise it 40, only raise it 37 and add the 3 for the affordable housing. We need to start investing in the community, giving back to the community. I see our 2 developers there. There's no affordable housing. We're increasing the population. Service workers are coming into town. There's no place for them to live or rent. So I think this is a great opportunity to pair that impact fee with an affordable housing fee, and then you don't have to worry about livable Manatee. We'll be self-funded. So it's a good discussion. I think we need to move in that direction. I just want to ask Jill if she's there. Do you know the balance in livable Manatee right now? And the other thing is, if you've got so much money and a developer comes in and goes 500 and they wipe that out, what's the little developer's going to do? So we can tweak it, and thank you for your time. Great discussion. Affordable housing.
Our next caller is 147. 147, please press star 6 to unmute. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning. I have a question
Name.
and a comment.
I'm
Call
sorry,
it,
can you
please.
tell us your
Pardon me?
name, please?
Yes, it's Sally Welsh,
Thank you,
and I'm a Manatee County resident in Paris. I have a question regarding one of the slides on the presentation from Tyndale Oliver, and it's very generalized on page 20 in terms of the calculated impact fee. So you have a calculated impact fee and an adopted impact fee, and then the percentage of change. So is there basically a recommendation, if it's lower, which it is in the case of public safety, that we can reduce, or the county can reduce, the impact fee for the public safety sector from 289 to 174 when calculating impact fees? Am I reading that correctly?
We'll respond to you after this, after public comment.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I also had a comment about some of the calculations that go into some of these, and specifically, again, regarding the animal shelter, because it was the animal shelter is included in with the EMS centers. The cost per square foot calculated for the animal shelter, which I know many of you are familiar with, was $260 a square foot for 15,000 square feet or so. That's on the property appraiser's office, and the land at 135,000 an acre, and there's about an acre and a half that's on the TAO. So that gave a value of the existing animal shelter to about a little over $4 million, which kind of seems high. So just a note about, I don't know what's going to, how some of those maybe flaws are going to impact some of these decisions, but just wanted to point that out. One more thing, I think the project of record idea is good, because in looking over the CIP and trying to make sense of it, there are a lot of varying numbers in terms of budget items and capitalization and credits and things like that. So it would be helpful for a resident to know exactly what's going to happen and look at those projects in terms of the financing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Good comments.
That's all we have, Madam Chair.
All right, well, then we'll go ahead and close public comment. Would anyone like to try and, I'm going to look at the administrator. She's shaking her head. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Are you going to ask to summarize where we're at?
Yes.
Okay. Well, going back to the topic, right now, the impact fee study, Nicole had gone over on slide number 75, your very last slide, your stakeholder engagement. Nicole, you want to real quick just go over that again, starting with the planning task force?
Yes, basically we are looking to gather as much information today as we can from the commissioners to give us further direction, and then take that information and also present the study to our stakeholder engagement through planning task force, online public comment, social media. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee was added. Jerry Lopez emailed me that this morning. And gather all that information and then bring that back to you in theory at an adoption hearing, or present it to you in a summary before that time.
And in between all of that, thank you, Nicole, we are going to bring the CIP back into focus for this board, talk about the current CIP, look at a date for discussing where we're currently at, but it's going to take multiple meetings. I'm sure you realize that, instead of just trying to beat it out in one meeting, it'll take multiple meetings, but we'll put together a schedule and bring that back and publicize it so you can see how it aligns with the impact fee stakeholders' responses. And it looks like we can probably get this back rolling with the capital improvement plan discussion in February, which would give plenty of time for several discussions of this board prior to any of the staff bringing forward their recommendations, or not a good word, I guess, anymore, but the types of expertise that they bring forward from their positions for the board to consider for your decisions.
Yeah, I think a lot of good comments were brought up today, and it's a lot to take in at this one meeting. Are there any comments that any commissioners would like to add? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just responding to a couple of the public comments, although most of them left. Just to clarify, because we had titles, Pat brought up what I was talking about, just looking at, just out of curiosity, what other options are other than just impact fee. I would ask maybe if the county administrator and county attorney can maybe get a copy of Mr. Neal's little black book of tax revenue and just see, because I agree. Look, I get that the concept of the impact fees. I'm not debating the validity to them and why we use them, because it is new people and new homes and new buildings impacting things. But at the same time, it is sub 10% of all the sales. And if anything, some of the conversation we had here was the uncertainty. What if there's a downturn? What if there's a recession? Well, there are things that are a little more stable even in a downturn. Like if you had a way of pulling some of this money from something that would stand the test of time, like, and I'm using example, don't email me from the Realtor Association, but even existing homes sell during a downturn. They may sell a discount, they may sell because a bank's selling them. But what does dry up, which we saw dry up in 08 and 09 and 10 and 11, is new homes and new buildings. And right now you're going to see that to some extent, because you're not going to see a whole lot of new retail and hospitality and things like that. It's just kind of an out-of-favor asset due to the current environment. So looking at other alternatives doesn't hurt, because we do have issues with our infrastructure right now. We need a way of funding that, and solely looking at continuously increasing the costs on 9%. And if that's the way we have to go, then that's the way we have to go. But I think we do a disservice to not at least look at, are there other options to maybe subsidize this, which allows either A, impact fees to be a little lower and spread that out across the other 91%, or B, do more with it. So that was related to Pat. As it relates to Mr. Brew, who also left, public-private partnerships are just such a great way of doing anything. And we have seen that. And he brought up examples from the sidewalks to Port Harbor Parkway, which was very well done and very quickly done and on a cost-effective basis. If there's some way we could even open that up, let our private sector know, hey, we're open for business. Why don't you, instead of us waiting and saying, hey, Mr. Neal, can you help us with Fort Hamner? Maybe a structure, maybe there is one, I'm just not aware of it, or it's not as formally done. Let them come in and say, open it up. You tell me what you want to build for us. Maybe it's a sidewalk by a high school or a road connection or a widening of a road. You come and throw us your proposals. Here's what you're willing to do, and here's the impact fee credits you want for it, and let's start getting some of these moving, because that helps with some of the bottleneck. And the last thing I'll mention is, because he is still here, is Mr. Piper's comment. I 100% agree. Saying for even 1 second that we're going to do anything less than 100% solely, and I'm not saying do 100, but if we're going to do anything solely because of a lawsuit, that's a terrible explanation on why you're going lower. If we don't trust the report that our consultants gave us, then we need different consultants. And I don't think that's the case. I'm certainly not saying anything bad about the consultants, but they put a ton of work into this. If we're saying we, the 7 of us, know more about what impact fees should be than these actual professionals, then maybe we should all just go get jobs being impact fee consultants than just lob off an arbitrary 10 or 20%. Lawsuits are never an excuse to not do anything if it's the right thing to do. So that's all I'll say about that.
Okay, I'm going to butt in at this point.
Yeah, I do want to address that. Madam Chair, Commissioner Cruz, the county attorney's office did not advise that we had a concern about a loss. I know you didn't, but I want to make sure the record's clear. That's a concern that came from the former, not the current county administrator, not from our office. You're absolutely right. If we didn't have confidence in a study that they send them to us for review, I have an open RLS on it right now. Mm-hmm. If we had a concern with the study, it wouldn't get to you, and if that was an issue. So I'm agreeing with you, sir. I just want to make sure it's clear to the board that was not driven by the county attorney's office, nor would it be in the future. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. We do Commissioner Bellamy, then Commissioner Whitmore, and Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah, just a couple of comments.
And we're going to break for lunch.
If we want to, I got a great road and sidewalk project, 2nd Avenue East and 2nd Avenue West, connecting from 17th Street and then 25th Street. That's a project that's in the CIP. So if we want to experience this private-public partnership, I'm very excited about the opportunity and the energy, and I got the perfect project that we can move on for that, because that's where you're talking about public safety, you're talking about youth coming from Lincoln Middle School and trying to get home. So, I mean, I'm excited about where we're going, but if we want to know where to start, I got a great project for us to look at that private-public conversation. Recently, we've had a lot of conversation about the restricted and the unrestricted, and there's been a lot of communication about it. And I guess my questions are with the restrictions of why, okay, and what can we do to move some of those restrictions if we can. And then we have the accounts that are unrestricted and what are our options on that. And we have received some information back from Madam Money on that a couple of times. Money. That's what I call Jan. She's Madam Money. We received a couple of, that's what I call her. We received a couple of communications back on that, but I think it's our responsibility of a board to strategically look at that and say, okay, if it's restricted and based on our legal guidance on what we can and can't do, because I know laws come down from the state and federal, but I don't think we've looked at that. I think we've talked about it and we've tossed it around a couple of times, but I don't think we have sat down in an area like this and say, this is what we want to move the needle with on the restricted funds, if we can. And as far as the unrestricted funds, if there are options there, I think as a board where we are right now, a couple of things that are on the table, private-public relationships, and let's use this money to impact our community. And I think, the county administrator and the staff are eagerly anticipating some guidance from us on that, on how we want to do it. And I think this is a pivot, right? In my opinion, I think this is a pivot in the go forward stage on what we're talking about to make sure that money or those funds, taxpayers' funds, are actually put back into our community. So it's not necessarily much as a question, but more as a comment, and what are our next steps on all of it. And how do we move on it instead of just Mr. Meehan come in and he always tells us how much money we have, right? And then he breaks it down with restricted and unrestricted. But we, Madam Money, have given us some ideas, but we haven't moved on any of it. And I think we should look at how we move on it, to be honest with you.
And I'm going to just make a quick comment, and I know Commissioner Cruz wanted to say something about something you said as well. I think we need to get I'm going to call it a transportation commission or a committee put together of people that can be part of the public-private partnerships, as well as, some county staff to come together so that we can really, truly take it to the next level. We can sit here in this room and talk all day long, but it's not going to really accomplish anything. So, in that being said, the sooner the better when we can look at the CIP, come up with a plan. CIP, Reggie, you know this. I mean, sidewalks are in there as well. Right. So a lot of things are. So we just need to take a look, come up with what we think our priorities are, what really needs to be done to improve, as I put it, the quality of life of our citizens. Mm-hmm. So that being said, Commissioner Cruz, I'm going to let you speak, and then Commissioner Whitmore.
It's just
you
to clarify
you wanted
something.
To comment.
Yeah, because Commissioner Bell mentioned a project in his district, and part of the problems we have with impact fees is just if you don't have a lot of development in your district, then you just don't get impact fees. Right. All you're doing is stuck trying to maintain the existing stuff. But it doesn't mean that your districts aren't having an increased impact just from people driving through it and public service. So going back to something I said earlier, just because you mentioned something along those lines, if there was some sort of a portion of this covered in more of a broad-based funding source, right. You may not be getting new things built in your district, but a lot of stuff's still selling in your district. There's still other aspects of a different version of a fee is still happening there. So you may not get a brand new apartment complex built down in Whitfield Estates, but houses are selling there left and right. A retail center is going to sell, an office building is going to sell. If there's a way of spreading this out to the other 91%, it's going to allow us to bring more funds into more areas of the community and not just the newer areas in the Lakewood ranches and the parishes. It's going to spread it out and allow all the different districts to take advantage of the impact that a 400,000 person plus community is giving to everyone. Even if they were built 50 years ago, there's more cars there, there's more need for public service and more parks there. So that's just to go along with that is, there is benefits to not just looking at impact fees.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Whitmore and then real Commissioner quick, Satcher, and we're going to break for lunch.
It's a breath of fresh air listening to you. I've learned something every time at every meeting. So good comments, and then it's just putting all the metal to the road. But first of all, our impact fee study, Vanessa and some of us were here. We can go from 0 to 100% on the study. We all know that. Hopefully, most of the new ones know that. And we started at 70% the first year, and then did we go to 80? Or we went.
We did.
Yeah. Then we went to 90, and we held it at 90. We were going to go to 100, but we didn't. And we've been getting grief ever since because we didn't go to 100. But we started at 70, and this was only for transportation. It wasn't for...
The 2015 study started at 80, and a year later went to 90, and then stayed at 90 the following year.
Okay, I thought there was a 70. No?
It was in the discussion when I watched it back.
See, I remember the discussion.
It was brought up.
So it was 80, and then it was 90. Yeah. Okay, well, we can set it whatever. The developers, I can probably guarantee, John, I mean, he's very respectful, probably wouldn't even say anything, but I guarantee they're at, especially the large developers, are at every meeting figuring a way to get their jobs done faster and doing that. I mean, I was at SMR yesterday, and they are building away, and they're doing it up front with credits later. So maybe not the smaller, but John, I would like him to make a quick comment then. I got 2 more comments, and I'm done.
Well, the vast majority of land miles built in this county are done by P3s already. When the board approves local development agreements, those are basically a P3. And so we're already doing a lot of those with the development community. We can't make them do more than what
We're not allowed to make them,
do.
but they can volunteer and save us money and get their projects
They can
faster.
certainly bid on our projects, but we do, and Commissioner's right, there are other things we got to look at to be quicker and to do a better job for our public, because we were just like y'all, we travel the roads here to staff,
Yeah.
and we get it. We want to do it faster and better as well.
Yeah, you live by Fort Amer Road. The downturn, what happened to the downturn is those reserves that we were talking about. For some reason, I'm remembering 80 or 90 million, and this was before me, and I was always flipping out because we had all this money. Those reserves, by the time we were done, I forgot what we called them, stabilization funds.
Yeah.
That kept the government going and put the whole goal was the county's commission's directions to put jobs on the streets. So we used those reserves and we pushed our CIP plan, and we got it down to 500,000, right? And now we're building them up again. But this is what happened. Yeah, I didn't like the reserves. This was a board before me, but that kept us going during the recession. That kept our when I was here, the unemployment went up to 12%. We put those jobs on the streets, and we put a policy local first, to keep our citizens working. So it did work. It has happened before, but we did get our reserves down to 500,000, and then we have started building them up. We do have a stabilization fund now, don't we? Because we've learned that lesson.
And Jan's better
And a
to
disaster
comment on
fund.
this. And
Well, it's only, that's for hurricanes. That's wholly different. We need that. But the stabilization is what saved us. We named it stabilization, but it was reserves. And Ed took everything out of the various departments and put it in a stabilization fund. And we laid off 300 people, and we still kept it going.
Anything else, Commissioner Whitmore?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. It is 12 o'clock. We're going to recess for lunch. We will return at 1 o'clock. Did you have, I'm sorry, did you have something, Nicole? Oh, Commissioner Satcher. Oops. Go ahead.
I think they could stop.
Chairman Baugh, I could come back if you like.
No, sir,
and just,
you go right ahead.
Come back? Go now. So I'm not there, so I can't see the crowd. I don't know if Mr. Neal's still there
No,
or
he's
Mr.
not.
Brew. They're both gone?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things I was seeing Mr. Piper made me think back to the campaign trail. And I don't mention that but just the times I put my word out there and the commitments I've made. And one of the biggest ones was that I would not raise taxes. And then he asked a really good question at an REC meeting. He said, well, what about, as assessments are going up? So as people's property values are going up, that could be considered a tax increase. And so I think that the position, I didn't put it hard and fast, but was that would be different, assuming that the assessment is fair, that would be a different situation. And so I guess for maybe in the future, I'm curious with this, I heard the number 30%, I believe, somewhere between 30 and 35, that y'all said it would be raising the impact fees here. So that doesn't seem to be in line with just the raising of property values. I know a home sells for more now than it did 5 years ago, but even if you say it's selling for 5-7% more each year in the last 5 years, anyway, maybe it does. So maybe that's the full deal there. But I just want to make sure that I want to come back and be able to and be able to sit down and when I talk to people, be able to say, well, my commitment was that I would not vote. And of course, if I get outvoted, that's different. But that I would not vote to raise taxes. So and we've already established with the fee and the tax pretty much in line, the same thing. And so I just want to be able to know where we are on that. I don't want to raise taxes. And I like the idea of a committee with the express purpose of going to these developers. We call public-private partnership, but it is what it is. There's a good side and a bad side to having developers in your community. It's great that people want to move here. It's great that we have a wonderful place to be, but it also does add traffic and stress on the system. But let's take advantage of the good parts of it. And one of the good things here is that they're willing to help us with something that we need to get done, which is building this stuff. And I'm totally open to looking at what Reggie's talking about in his district. People aren't safe going to school in his district. Kids aren't safe walking the roads. and that helps everyone's property value. Everybody drives through Palmetto and District 2. So anyway, those are my thoughts. Sorry to keep everyone from lunch, but I would like to know just where we stand on if it is a tax increase, or if it's just this is standard 5 years worth of growing values, and then that committee. I would like the express purpose of the committee to be what Commissioner Van Ostenbridge said, which is putting their foot on the gas. And coming up with solutions, workable solutions, workarounds. And that's exciting what Commissioner Whitmore said, that when she came on the board, she was disturbed by the high reserves, and they used the high reserves to keep jobs on the streets, to keep Manatee County working. So that's exciting to see. And so maybe we could look at something that would be similar here going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. To the rest of the commissioners that are here, lunch as of 9 minutes ago was not here yet, and she's not texted me to let me know, but we're going to go ahead and recess so we can start back at 1 o'clock. So this meeting is in recess.
What time are we starting, Vanessa?
1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bill. I'll call you back.
Okay.
Well, you know what?
Good afternoon. Let's continue the afternoon session of our work session. We are going to move the agenda around a little bit, and we're going to start with stormwater. Madam Administrator, would you like to?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I can begin. We have our staff here, Director Chad Budzow from our Public Works Department. As you all recall, we have been working on a study as directed by the board on stormwater alternatives. We put a hold or a halt on that public portion of that project for stormwater back in November of 2019. We had been out and we had been speaking to the public in several different locations, and we had received comment from a lot of people, a lot of interesting conclusions, a lot of questions, and so we came back to the board here in this room. Actually, we were here for a work session and a meeting, and we got direction from the board to place that item on a hold for the board discussion. However, our consultant HDR continued with compiling the report, made some modifications to information that they were including in the report, and today, actually, board members, we are here to distribute the report to you. The report was sent to you on Friday. We're making it public to the public on our website. We also have the ability for this board. Today, staff was not going to make a full presentation on the alternatives. We're merely here to deliver that the report is completed and available, and then potentially to seek direction from this board on next steps, whether you want the report to be placed out in the public for a period of time, 30, 60, 90 days to receive comments, to come back to staff so that we can bring those back to you at a future date, whether the board wants to accept the report and place it on hold, whether you want to bring it back at a future work session, or whether you want to schedule it for a regular report and presentation at a future board meeting. So you have a lot of options, but what we're trying to do here today is a little different. Instead of just bringing the report and going back through each and every page, we wanted to make sure this board had some time to review and absorb it, and then also to allow the public to do so. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm just going to pass it off to Director Budzow.
Welcome, Chad.
Well, good afternoon. Chad Budzow for the record. Sherry, that was 2/3 of any of the presentation that we had intended to do today. But I wanted to reiterate as a small, on the record, a small backup to where we are at with the stormwater report. The whole thing started with a very rough rainy season of 2017. All of us that have lived here was that was a no-name storm on August 26, 2017, followed closely up by Hurricane Irma in September 10th, September 11th, 2017. And there was a lot of direct community impacts in various parts of the county. A lot of those communities came before you, spoke in citizen comments, and we had an initial work session, listening session, I think right away in October or November of 2017, and then that was followed up with an initial work session in 2018, early 2018, that talked about how stormwater fee might be a solution from an idea of we need to do more work, we need to do more maintenance, we need to repair and replace and actually better more things as well. Later in 2018, we really kicked that off, and we also had started a series of presentations, and that's actually a question I forgot to ask even before I got to this meeting. For you new commissioners, there's a large size binder, should look just like this one. Did that get left in your offices? Because if you didn't, I need to make sure you have one.
They're up on the 9th floor. They are.
Did you each have one, or I can't remember. Yes. I think we had one for each office, so I hope hopefully they left. That's all the information that was previously presented in public sessions. So in that time that staff got directed to look at a stormwater fee, what does that mean? So we got directed to do a study. What does that study mean? And this is part that, to the novice, it's confusing because it is nothing like an impact fee study. The impact fee study was, you already have made the decision, we need a fee. We know who's going to pay for it. There's a mechanism to collect it. There's who it's going to be. The question on the current impact fee study that you just got presented with was just how much. Now, in this case, on a stormwater fee study, the question that was assigned was, if you have a dedicated funding source, i.e. a fee, how would you collect it? What would be the mechanism? How would you implement it? Because we already have a program, and the program is funded by something. So that was the uniqueness of the program. The study was not trying to determine what should be your maintenance level. The study was not trying to say exactly how much that maintenance costs. Those are facts that are used within the study, but that wasn't the goal of the study. It was to determine, if you wanted to have a standalone fee to fund stormwater, what would be the things you have to do to adopt and implement that. And that's really the focus that we wanted to make very, very clear as we came across here. What you got in the attachment that was put before you was put together by our consultant. Chapter 1 is really just their summary of their understanding of their tasking that they were to do. Chapter 2 is a quick review of the level of maintenance and the existing, what makes up your stormwater program, things that we went through very clearly in the 7 work sessions before we went to the public last year, or the year before. And then in Chapter 3, it starts discussing more in depth of costs and what proposed costs. And when the report discussed costs of enhanced service, it's all a relative thing. So the 2018 is kind of the relative year when all this got started. So those are the numbers of work accomplishments that everything was based on. That becomes your baseline at that point in time. Tony, if you join us up front, just in case. And then we get into a little bit more of a detail in Chapter 4 of what would go into dealing with a financial forecast. We have a start point in time, but rather than paying a consultant to adjust our numbers for every moment in time we want to deal with this, we're going to use a methodology to have in place, and then we can just apply current numbers if need be while we're going through it. And then how might the rate structures look? Getting down to the nitty-gritty of who would pay that, and that's really the bones of Chapter 5. What might the numbers look like is in Chapter 6, and then more of that collecting methodology, which way to collect it, because you can define who should pay something, but it comes down to your real choices of what would be your methodology for doing the collection parts of it. The conclusion that is included within the report is just simply something written by our consultant. That is not a staff paragraph or a staff conclusion. I mean, we asked the consultant to give us their professional opinions, and that's what the report includes. And then each of the attachments that are deep and in the report, again, are utilizing as their base layer the 2018 data that we had as our baseline costs, and that's just easily extrapolated into our current. We're now in our operating 2021 budget right now, but it's still the impacts of our level of service is still the same because we haven't added staff, we haven't added extra funds other than the cost of just inflation since the time that those 2018 numbers were reviewed. A good part of not losing, because we didn't want to risk losing information and the facts as they go forward, part of that report in appendices is all the previous public outreach and presentations that we had done just to preserve all that effort and keep everything on a level playing field. And with that, I mean, that was the extent of our presentation of just saying, we were asked by a previous board to conduct a report. The question that was asked was if you would do a fee, a standalone fee, how might you implement it? And that's what the result of the report puts before you is options. And with that, just as the administrator said, there is no request as far as action. I don't expect it to be something that we talk about at the very next meeting. It's whether you ask to talk about it in 30 days, 60 days, or if we do talk about it. But we had this product put forth to us from our consultant to close out the project, and it's now available to the public, of which even one neighborhood offered a written comment that got added to the agenda at the beginning. And we heard from that neighborhood, and very succinct and very well-written response that they put forth.
Anyone else? Is that it, Chad?
I think we're good. Tony's here as my backup for being able to answer extra questions. Tony closed out the deal and was working hard with the consultant for the last 8 months to get it to a published, finished state.
Kind of nice seeing you up here, Tony. Welcome. And I know I saw Tom is here as well. Commissioners' comments. Commissioner Whitmore.
Am I correct? I think, is every city in Manatee County have a stormwater fee, correct? I am almost positive.
You mean county, you don't mean city, right?
I said every city in the county.
Oh,
yeah, every city in the county. They do, okay. I was mayor when we had to implement one. You have to do a study. It's kind of like impact fee. Had to do a study because you have to figure out how do you pay. Schools gave us heck, the churches gave us heck, and we had to make them. Mine doubled this year for the first time. It'd always been the same. It's now like $300 a year. It was like $100-something a year. I fought like heck when they were going to use that money to repay for the drainage on the island. They had some weird engineered, so all the swales got engineered, and actually I had to eat crow because for the first time ever in all my years, the areas that normally flood were very manageable, and the streets that normally didn't, so I guess it did show an improvement. From what I've heard in the public, I don't think the current board will have the appetite to do it, but we had a mass of people come into our chambers asking for something to be done. We didn't have the money out of general revenue, as you can guess, and they were willing to do a stormwater fee to get some of these chronic issues throughout Manatee County looked at. Again, I don't think this board's going to approve it, but I know two of us, I don't think you live in the city, do you, Reggie? No, okay. Yeah, two of us already have to pay it, so I look forward to seeing what the rest of the board thinks.
Okay, I'm on the board next. Just a couple of questions. Has anything changed nothing's changed from what you brought before? The neighborhoods that are already paying a stormwater fee will now pay an additional fee to the county. Is that correct?
That's all part of the decisions, a part of implementation. So it is a discussion in one of the appendices within the area of how to establish, if you would choose to establish a credit program for trying to decide those that are already doing a portion of the program of which the benefit is to be provided. So that becomes a policy decision on how the detail of implementation is done.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And then the other question in this, I'm looking through the agenda now of what you've given us in the books, the big books, which is, wow, it's huge. In this, guys, do you tell us what projects you're going to be doing with this money that you're going to receive? What are we going to do with the money? If we approve this for you, that's what I want to be able to talk about to residents. What are we going to do with it?
It all two parts about it are what is approved, because some of the decisions on dealing with it is approving the fee, replacing the way we currently fund it. Is it funding enhanced maintenance, or is it funding projects? When funding projects, there are large projects that are proposed, but because of the way the CIP is listed, you have, we used the term the project of record already this morning, so right. It's not terribly organized. Our short-term priorities, if you will, are to fast-track the remaining watershed studies that allow us to have a formal stormwater master plan countywide, And they become key for many things. They improve plan review with developments, but also within that, there's a balance of proposed projects that you will see when you do see your CIP list this year, that we've thrown the idea of many projects that we likely will not have the funding to approve within the CIP, and that would be, I think, a list that you would get a better feel for at your when you see the draft CIP. So I don't mean to waffle, and within the improvement projects, the CIP portion, Tom and I have had the discussion that even though it's a singular pot of money, there would be two types of construction. There would be things that have a direct benefit from a flood control point of view. You're trying to either remove homes from a flood zone or from a flood elevation, or lowering flood elevation, or it's just that reinvestment in the capital infrastructure. You're replacing old pipes and maybe enlarging the pipes, lining more pipes at a faster rate. We all know that the metal pipes that are there are aging, but they also are not getting better. So eventually we do need to replace or line every one of them. So there's that combination of what we call the betterment projects that's supposed to just lower flood or reduce the time and things are flooded. And the other stuff is doing more faster and taking care of what we already own.
And it's no secret that I've always said that Public Works was not funded the way it should have been. I mean, I've said that year after year. And I think, Chad, at this point, since we're getting ready to start looking at the budget for this coming year, I think it would be prudent to put together some. You talked about replacing pipes. I know that's huge. And I know it needs to be done. What projects need to be done the most? I think that should be a big part of your budget coming up. I really feel like that I don't have the information that I would need to approve this, because, not saying you don't, I mean, I'm trying to keep an open mind here, and I'm not for a new tax. I mean, you know this. But I would like to know what projects you feel are absolutely urgent that we need to get on, how much you think it's going to cost. I would like a general idea so that we can look to try and help with the budget to see what we can do. And the other thing is, and I appreciate what you said about the watershed projects, those moving forward and getting done. I know the studies, some are underway. I do know that. How many are left that need to be done? I don't have a clue. So I don't have the information here, and that's why I was asking if it was in the paperwork that you've sent us that we have up on the 9th floor. Because I don't know. I know we've done several. And who is it that pays actually for that study now?
Currently, our method of accomplishing all the studies, we partner with SwiftMud.
SwiftMud. Okay.
So we're able to get a savings. They're not done fast, but they're done well, and we get them done at 50%. So we partner with them. We pay 50%. They pay 50%. One of the things that we were talking about, if we did have an extra infusion of cash, is fast tracking the ones that are remaining, maybe going in alone, because we have to wait on their funding schedule as well to partner. They're not going to do everything all at one time. They have an annual budget limit as well.
How many's left that need to be
I have to defer to Tom, or I can follow up with a written report for you by Tuesday. I mean, I can give you something at Tuesday's board meeting.
Okay. I think it would be helpful to the board to have a little bit more information in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, let me follow up on what Chad's saying. So there's not a specific list in this report, but that's basically because in your capital improvement plan, those projects are in there. But if it sounds like if we're headed down, just at least trying to separate those out of the CIP so that you see what those are, we can pull those out. Also, Chad had just mentioned Tom Gerstenberger. If you remember, probably about 60 days ago, I think, maybe 90 days ago, Tom was here in front of the board to talk more about stormwater modifications and things from the planning side for them. And so we certainly could bring that back as well and maybe combine both of those in a discussion so you'll see the specifics.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about when that information comes back as it relates to different districts. And obviously, Say again.
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Well, if y'all want
He
my
talks
basketball
soft.
voice, I can give it to you. But
Yeah,
that's
I want
as it relates to districts, as it relates to district, I would like to hear about from District 2, because we have a lot of areas in District 2 that obviously flood a lot. And hopefully, if this is approved, if we move forward on that, some of that can be addressed. That's why I want to look at it from a district perspective. I'm sure the districts have their flooding issues also, but if I can know from my perspective, it would give me a better understanding and probably a little bit more appreciation, to be honest with you.
It's amazing how the word infrastructure comes to mind, isn't it?
On that district
about.
comment, can you say that just maybe in a little different way? I mean, you have specific concerns in your district?
Oh, by far. Yes, I do. If we look at Sylvan Oaks, for example, and I mean, I give you some pictures on how we were out there together looking at the stormwater and the buildup. I want to know if this moves forward, how is that going to impact, alleviating that?
So those are the very specific things in many of the public meetings that we had that are reference to a level of service. So it generally refers to how many times do they get touched, either whether that be annually or in the course of multiple years, how many times does maintenance come by? And that's the result that you would see. And the terrible thing about it is it's not a snap your finger. It's a time, whatever that time was. If the cycle time was 10 years and I'll double the efforts and we'll get there 5 years, it might be 5 years before you see that, and then it'll be guaranteed again another 5 years. So it's big picture work that takes the time and a commitment to see that net change. If somewhere deep in the report, Tony, you might have to chime in on me here. There was that idea thrown out by the consultant, and I think discussed in a paragraph. He's not close enough to slap me, that maybe the fee or the efforts proposed by the fee could be considered district by district or an area or a basin by basin for those, because we did get a lot of concerns about folks saying I'm paying for someone else's problem during some of the public outreach and public comment part of the process.
Tony Russo, Manatee County Public Works. That was one, again, it was in the exemptions and options scenario. There was an option to be considered if we did nothing but we identified one district or one area of the county, one drainage basin, ideally is the way we pursued it, not so much commission district, but within a drainage basin, if we wanted to establish that as a priority. That would be perhaps an ad valorem tax just on those people that live within that basin, since they'd be the direct beneficiaries. So it could be pieced out that manner. But again, the three funding considerations in the report. Funding level one is utilities, what they currently pay for our maintenance. It's really not much capital in that. It's our maintenance program. The second was the fee looked at an enhancement to add money to what utilities contributes to maintenance. So if you considered a fee, you already have the base fee if you want to fund that. The enhanced level, you want to fund that. The third would come money for capital projects, which currently compete with all our other capital projects. And we have a number we put on the list and many that we didn't because simply ran out of money for our general budget. But those are the three fees. You could pick any one of them. Supplement what utility pays, just tack on enhanced, or just fund additional CIP, any scenario. But the report gives a way to run that algorithm, whatever is decided. If at such a time it's decided to do that, it'll be quick to pick this up and crank out the algorithm.
I think it's when you talk about what you're, Tony, I think it's interesting because I'm sitting back right now and all I'm thinking about is, and our property values go up every year, which means added value to the tax revenues that the county receives. So it's a matter again, and I keep going back to this, as what priorities should this board put into place? So good comments. Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. This isn't I get what we're saying about the basins, things like that, but this isn't really a special assessment kind of thing. This is a community-wide issue that we all need to be dealing with. This isn't like adding a sidewalk into a neighborhood. This is stormwater that's going to negatively impact maintenance costs on roads and sidewalks and people's quality of life, and you're also talking about roads, like major roads and thoroughfares like 301, things like that, where people that don't live there get impacted negatively by these issues. I think this goes back sort of to what we talked about last Tuesday. We had our goals meeting where I said, part of the problem with our budget is we have such a huge general reserve fund that we can kind of do stuff with. You look at Sarasota. Sarasota's Board of County Commissioner millage is I think ours is 65% higher. We're 5.3 and they're 3.2 or something. So they give themselves less money to play with because they allocate their money better to things that they deem necessary. Stormwater, I would argue, is one of them because it's a huge quality of life issue. That's why we keep having this conversation. Same thing, with public safety and with housing and things of that nature. So I said it last Tuesday, so I'm kind of just reiterating this. I'd rather see us look at some dedicated uses for that excess millage we've got rather than add more taxes to anybody, because I think we've got enough money to do things if we focus it appropriately. What we're looking at here is approximately, I'll use round numbers, $8 million plus or minus up front for the machines and the other stuff we need, and then about $7 million per year ongoing to get the enhanced service, which I certainly think we need. I would argue, and I know we're not getting to a point of figuring it out right now, but just my general thoughts from last time this came up is I'd rather see us take this big pool of reserves we've got and put it towards the $8 million and get this stuff we need to get going, and then take what looks to be a very reasonable amount of millage off of our existing taxes and attribute it to stormwater so we can let everyone know this is a priority and we are going to fix this year over year. Now, I don't know how other people view that, but if we're, like I said, if we're at 5.2 and we just take out 15 mils, 10 mils, 20 mils, and say this is for stormwater as opposed to here's another stormwater tax. If it's another stormwater tax, we're implying the money we've got right now is already accounted for. But if we're saying this is this important, then this should be accounted for before some of the other stuff we've got. So that's just my opinion. I do think this is incredibly necessary. I do think we need to fix this because we hear about it endlessly. I do think we need the enhanced service and get it done twice as fast in all of these districts. But I think this is everybody's problem because everyone lives in Manatee County. Everyone drives down these roads. You don't isolate yourself to your neighborhood. But trying to do this in a way where we just take more money and then people see us figure out what to do with this big pool of cash doesn't make sense to me. So that's just my opinion. Is I just think we need to use the money we've got and fix it. So yes, I think we need to do it, but I don't think we are in a position where we need to do it just by allocating more money to people. That's my view.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Great comments, Commissioner Cruz. I'm also in favor of bringing this back for more discussion to kind of lay out the options and understand different funding sources and how we could accomplish what we need to accomplish. I think there's no question that we need to do a better job of stormwater management in Manatee County. I think probably everyone agrees with that. And I understand some communities being objecting to saying we don't have any stormwater issues, we don't want any additional fees. But I take my house for example, which is in a subdivision, and I pay stormwater fees every year. But then all of our stormwater dumps into the Pierce Drain, which is not in our subdivision. That's a community. That's part of a drainage system, and I think that's the education that's needed so that people understand that the stormwater fees are not just for your little community, but it's for the community at large and how we convey water, which it ultimately ends up in the Gulf of Mexico or Sarasota Bay. So I am in favor of bringing this back for more discussion. My district, it's no secret that we are one of the most impacted. We've had communities and residents whose lives have been devastated because of flooding over the years, and so I am looking for some kind of solution. Thank you.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo Commissioner Servia and Commissioner Cruz's comments. I represent an older part of town. My district by far has more coastline than any of the others, and so we are disproportionately affected by stormwater runoff. At least our quality of life is, and when nutrients enter the water and red tide takes hold, it's my district that is disproportionately affected, and especially when it comes to quality of life. So I do support a solution. I support Chad in his efforts to increase and enhance services. I will not support a new tax. We do have the financial resources to tackle the issue, and I support what Commissioner Servia said. I would like to see this discussed further in future workshops or at a meeting. And in regards to folks who say that, for instance, we already pay a fee, or our subdivision is sort of water neutral and we're taking care of our own stormwater, I feel they should be exempt. I hear what you're saying, but this is a community issue. You do drive down virtually all of the roads in the county, and as a result, this does impact you. I don't have any children, yet I pay thousands of dollars in school board taxes, right? In my district, the town of Longboat Key sits in my district, and the north end of Longboat Key has discussed annexing from Manatee County. And during that discussion, they pointed out that they pay roughly $35 million in ad valorem taxes to the school district. They have 18 children in the school district, in the Manatee County School District.
Right.
So your kid's going to Bayshore High, it's a $2 million a year education. If we're going to average this out per kid, right? So, there are other instances. My point is, I'm not advocating that I shouldn't have to pay a school board tax. My point, though, is that, it is a community effort in educating our kids, and it's a community effort when it comes to stormwater, water quality, and road congestion, all these things. You live in a community, and that's the way it goes. You're part of the community. You're going to contribute. So I hear your gripe, but at the same time, that's the price of being a citizen. So, thank you.
And I want to comment on one thing that you said, KBO, and that about Longboat Key. It is true that Longboat Key had discussed leaving Manatee County and going into Sarasota County. And ironically, most of that, and I don't blame them, to be honest, is because Manatee County had not done anything to help their quality of life in years, pretty much. And then, I can tell you that I had several conversations with the administrator when that was going on, and she immediately went out there and talked with them, and basically I got to hand her credit. She saved the day in that regard. It wasn't that this board didn't want to do anything. Nothing was really ever brought to us to try to do, and we were all eager to do what we could because, they pay taxes just like all of us, and they were really not getting anything, and they were paying for their own beach renourishment on top of it. So, that I would argue, and I do agree with you, however, on the 18 children in Longboat Key, which is amazing in itself, but it just goes to show you that we've just got to realize, this board does, that we have a lot of people that pay taxes in Manatee County, and we all need to share. We all need to do the right thing. Some of us are just already doing a little bit more than others in that regard. Commissioner Whitmore.
On that note, Longboat Key, Michael Kors lives in Manatee County. He pays taxes to Manatee County, the designer, so that's cool. But I've been around since beach renourishment started. Longboat Key never participated, and that's kind of like what Vanessa just said. They never asked. They tax their citizens. If you live along the Gulf, you pay more. If you live on the Bayside, they have a formula. And they never wanted, because they did not want to make their beaches public per the criteria for the state. So I want to get that straight. And then I heard a comment about Sarasota County. Is it Tim Hamer?
Tom Hamer.
Tom Hamer. Before he left Sarasota County, he was the administrator. Their budget was $6 million short. They had to have a special meeting to find $6 million to meet their budget. So everybody that thinks Sarasota is so fiscally responsible, way above, above us, that's not true. Maybe it was 7 years ago, 6 or 7. He was leaving and going to Longboat Key. That's why I remember when it was. But yeah, they were $6 million short, and the board had to find that to make the budget. So I just wanted to get that. And I think they may have a stormwater fee, or they may call it something else. Okay, they have it.
There.
And what we found out, because of the things that we were hearing from Longboat Key, is Sarasota County has already different things, like for transportation, for intermodal fee that they pay, whatever you want to call it. Kevin calls it a tax. So they have all those extra fees. Well, we don't, and we don't have as many divided up as they do. But I wanted you all to know that just 6 or 7 years ago, they didn't make their budget, so they had to have a special meeting. Stormwater in Lakewood Ranch, like Kevin kind of said, flows to Bee Ridge in that area, or Fruitville area, and it goes into the bay. And I agree with you also. I don't think anybody should be exempt, because what we've learned, if nothing else, and we hear this from the scientists up here, not us that don't really work in this world, that everything eventually ends up in the bay. The retention ponds are all over the county. Those beautiful lakes that they think they're lakes, but they're really retention ponds. And then do development, they all end up in the river or the Gulf. So we all should share responsibility. Whether we're going to do it or not, and if you all can think of a creative way, like George was talking about and Kevin about funding it a different way, it's just that the previous boards have always been a little bit, as you know, protective of that 20%. And again, I mentioned earlier the recession that we had where we went down to 500,000. So you never know what's going to happen. Our dam may break again or something, which that was an $18 million deal or $8 million. I forgot it was around that, but we didn't know that was coming.
It was bonded.
Various things.
Yeah.
How much was it?
I think it was 18, and
I think it was 18.
It was bonded. We didn't pay cash for that.
Yeah, but we paid it off, and we eventually have to pay the bond off.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's our cash. Yeah.
Commissioner Serbia.
Just one comment on the, was it 18 kids in Longboat Key? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I am quite sure that the people in Longboat Key are happy to live amongst an educated community, because I think that's what we pay for, right? Is whether or not we have kids, we want to live in an educated community where people can make change when you go to the Walgreens drive-thru to pick up your prescription. So it's for the greater good, just like store water is, as you guys were saying. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from commissioners? Then at that point, I'm going to open to public comment. I don't have any cards. What? Is there anyone from the public that would like to come forward? Ken, come on up to the podium and just state your name, please, for the record.
Ken Piper, I'm a Manatee County resident. Well, I feel like deja vu all over again. I think we attended 5 or 6 town halls, and I thought the issue was dead, but sure enough, it's coming back all over again. So I hope you four that are conservatives remember that. This is I don't care whether you call it a fee or a tax, we're all going to pay more money. Now, with the previous proposal, the utility fee was broken out, and there was a $9 item up at the top that was supposed to go towards solid waste, and eventually that was going to be phased out, and you were going to purchase a solid waste facility. But I think you've already done that, right? You've already purchased the land?
No.
So we don't need that. We don't need that element.
We have not purchased land for a new landfill.
Well, as far as a double tax, I guess if you don't have to pay homeowner fees, then you think it's only fair that somebody else pay them for you. And I pay my homeowner fees. It's a substantial element that's in it. Swift Mud monitors our ponds, and I think we've got like 15 of them. They monitor those ponds every year. So I don't see, okay, Swift Mud's in on this. Go take care of everybody else's problem because we're taking care of ours. And by that I mean we're taking care of the phosphates and we're taking care of the sulfates. Part of those dissipate, and the plants take care of much of the rest of it. I still don't understand what the goal is here. And last time in the town hall meetings, I asked repeatedly, what studies have you done to determine that we are putting the phosphates and the sulfates into the bay and into the river? And nobody could answer that question. And Betsy Benak and I spent a great deal of time with the utilities head down there. One afternoon, it was almost 3 hours, and we didn't get those questions answered. And it was then that we didn't hear anything about it for a few months. So there have been no studies to justify this. I thought another humorous item in the fee was there was $13 million that they've spent now for ditching.
And for another $3 million, they could double it. Now, that tells me the whole thing could be done for $6 million. There's another $7 million that we can come up with. And I heard something mentioned about equipment. They had $9 million on hand to buy the equipment. We asked where it comes from, and well, they couldn't answer the question. Now, I've got a suggestion. Ed Hunsaker, in the middle of the campaign, said he didn't need any more fees. He could handle it because there was money there now, and I think that's the truth still.
Reserves. Thank you, Ken. Anyone else? Come forward and state your name, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I'll keep it short. It's my hope that the government body starts putting these comprehensive plans out in the public in a digestible language. I spent 2 hours last night reading through all this, and it makes no sense to me. It confuses me, and I think it needs to be dumbed down for the stupid citizens like me. Also, related to stormwater utility fee, I'm not a proponent to an additional fee. I think this county needs to start living within its means. And I also think that it's starting to sound like exactly what Mr. Cruz said. We're asking for taxes, and then we're going to try to find a way to spend it. Because somebody had just asked a specific question of what we're spending this money on. Not one person could answer that question. Not one person here could tell us what this money is going to go for. They refer us to a CIP. Most normal citizens don't even know what that is. So how are we going to be able to make an educated decision when we don't have the information that you guys have to make an educated decision? We pay taxpayer money. You guys work for us. We need to be involved. So let's dumb some stuff down. Let's quit taxing. I mean, this whole work session is related to regulations and taxes. This whole entire work session. Yet we are trying to get less regulations, less taxes, and less government. So please explain to me why we are here for 4 items that have nothing to do but tax us and regulate us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak? I'm remiss in not asking if Commissioner Satcher has a comment that he'd like to make. Is he on the Zoom call, or?
He is on the Zoom call, Madam Chairman. He is not.
He just sent me a text of thumbs up. I'm not sure.
He's on. I think that means he's on the call, but
yeah.
Currently with no comments.
All right. Well, I didn't want him to think I wasn't thinking about him. That's public record, I know. Better send it quickly because I said it out loud. Anyone from the public? Not seeing anyone, we'll go ahead and close public comment. What's the pleasure of the board? How do you want to proceed with this? Do you want to bring this back to discuss? Do you want to see a list of projects? What are we looking for here? Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, then Commissioner Whitmore.
So just sort of piggybacking off of what I think I heard Commissioner Serbia and Cruz say is that I would like to hear Chad come back to us and sort of pinpoint the services and sort of define the services that he wants to enhance and how he wants to enhance them, and bring us what do you need to do it, as far as initial capital, what kind of assets do we need to purchase in order to do that, and then manpower, recurring costs to the county as well, and what is it you're trying to accomplish, and what do you need to do it? If you bring that to us, and then from then I think we can sort of approve or disagree with what you're trying to do and direct the administrator to locate the funding in the next budget. That's generally from a 30,000 elevation what I would like to see happen. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
And I would support, again, some of the comments that Commissioner Cruz made as far as the most important thing that we all need, and we all discuss for all of us that have attended all these very exciting all day long work sessions on stormwater. It would be nice to be able to get the studies paid for. To me, that would be kind of what you had said, a number one goal, to see where the issues are. Trust me, next year, the next hurricane or storm event, people will be here really ticked off because we aren't going to take any action as far as doing something. And these citizens and many had supported at the time a stormwater fee. Every city in Manatee County has a stormwater utility fee. So if you live in a city, you're paying it now. But, and I never had a problem because I voted to tax myself, so I was okay with that. But I really think we need the stormwater, Sherry, and to see if we have that kind of money. Some think that we're flush with it, but I know we have plans for other monies. But I would like to get the studies done for the entire county. And maybe we could even save money doing that. How many stormwater basins do we have? I know in the little city of Holmes Beach we had 3. Does anybody know how many we have? 20, 30? How much?
21.
21, okay. That would cost a lot of money, but maybe if we consolidated them all, it would get us a better deal than doing them individually or 2 at a time.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'll be quick because you're asking what our thoughts are in terms of how we move this forward. It sounds like everyone's on the same page that we need to get this done. No one's sitting up here saying this isn't a priority.
Right.
My personal view is that I believe we've got the cash to do this. It's not that crazy of amount of money. It's real money, but it's not. We're not talking $50 million for something or whatever. I think at this point we're so close to starting to talk about the budget. I think we'd be remiss not to at least see if this is something that fits within the reserves we have and the budget we're putting together for the next year before we start looking at alternative sources of funds. So that would be my preference right now. Is we've waited this long. I don't think we should be waiting much longer because this has been kicked down the road too far. But I would like to see if this is something we have cash for, because I'm almost positive we'll find a way of having cash for this and properly structuring our budget again to the priorities of Manatee County, of which I think this is one. So this should go into the budget first, along with the other priorities. Now let's see what's left over, and is that sufficient for services for the community before we just start coming up with new fees for anybody. That's my personal preference, is to at least hold off till we see how this can fit into a budget.
All right, I'm next. I would totally agree with what Commissioner Cruz just said. Again, how many times, we talk about we need to look at our priorities. Everything really that we have that really is priority in this county has to do with infrastructure. And we've known this a long, long time. So rather than, it's been in the past that for some reason all we did and have done is go, oh, we've got to increase this fee, or we've got to increase here. We need more money. We don't have the money to do this. Instead of looking at what our priorities need to be. And I've said that every year when we're doing the budget. It is time. We have got to look at our infrastructure, and not just on roads, but, roads also includes piping. That's there as well. So what I want to see from Public Works, and Chad is quickly writing, is I need to see a list of what you feel the projects are that really need to be done yesterday. And I don't mean to try and give us a bunch of projects just to try and get us to do a stormwater fee, because I think from what I'm seeing right now, it doesn't look like the votes are here to do a stormwater fee. So let's get real and look at what we need to do and how we can put that into action in the budget that, Sherry and Jan and everyone is starting to work on, all the directors. Chad, I'm sure you're already up to your ears with it. So let's be looking at that, and really for once this year, let's see what we can do. Obviously, we're not going to have enough to do every situation that we have in Manatee County, which are the most important. We wouldn't have enough to do everything that needs to be done in Manatee County if we started a stormwater fee today. We wouldn't have enough for the first year. So, look at it from that standpoint. What projects do we absolutely need to do? I think that Misty brought up a very good point. the bottom line is she does have a lot of issues in her district with flooding that's caused by stormwater. Is there something that can be done to help some of the residents in her district? Reggie has the same. I don't think his is quite as bad as District 4, but he's got issues there as well. So, rather than look at the only answer is a fee, I'm not going to vote for a fee. I think we need to look at and really dig in and change. What's the word, Kevin, you've been using now? A new concept or something. What is it? Culture. That's it. I think it's time. We need to really look at what's important and do those jobs, because a lot of them are having to do with public works. You guys have needed a lot more money in the past years than what you received. There's no secret. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. So, Madam Administrator, does that help you in bringing this back?
Yes.
Can I?
Yes.
Actually, Chad,
Sure.
if you'd let me, you might want to. I don't know what Commissioner Bellamy wants to say. So.
Well, it seems like I'm back to that restricted and unrestricted conversation, and it seems like stormwater is a priority for us to potentially address. Where the unrestricted column is, or whatever we can pull within that, I'm sure he's going to come back with something close to a budget as far as with projects and things of that nature right there, and that gives us an opportunity to look at that unrestricted, if I'm interpreting the word right, Madam Money, if she's still back there. But now we have an understanding, an opportunity, shall I say, if we have unrestricted funds that we can utilize, and with stormwater being all of our priority, without adding a fee or a tax, depends on who's interpreting it, we have an opportunity to do something pretty quick if we can utilize the unrestricted funds. So that's how I'm looking at it. I think we have some momentum that's kind of clicking right now. People want to look at the reserves differently. What are we going to do with them? Stormwater's up, and it should be a priority, and I think that's what all of us are saying. So now we have an opportunity for the county administrator and the departments to listen and see what they can bring back for us.
Yeah, and good points, Reggie. And Chad, I'll go right back to you. Madam Administrator, if you could get all the commissioners a list of all the funds that we have, restricted, unrestricted, and just put a notation there as to when you say restricted, what does that mean exactly? Is it restricted by state statute because we've already designated money, or what the status is on that, so that we'll have a good work or spreadsheet to be able to look at and really know what we're looking at there.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, we have that, and we had put that back together in the fall.
You sent it to us.
Yeah, but
Right.
we'll update. We're about to come around. We have meetings with each one of you on the pre-budget work session, so we can include the most updated one on those.
Yeah, that would be most helpful. Chad, did you have something to add, sir?
If I might, just because everything along the conversation got wrapped around the catchphrase stormwater fee. We need to decide this and we need to decide that, but it seems it's trying to be linked to the word stormwater fee. So
Right.
there's a multitude of policy decisions that just exist. So, I mean, the driving force is, do we want a more substantial stormwater capital program? Do we want a more substantial reinvestment in the existing stormwater assets and infrastructure? Do we want more maintenance and more frequent maintenance of the stormwater systems? Once those decisions are made, then it becomes a fact of, now it's a cost, okay? So now we've determined a cost. Now it's just a decision of how to pay for it. A stormwater fee is just merely a method of how to pay for it, if that was the policy decision of how to get there. So the stormwater fee isn't the end all to everything. It's a piece of the puzzle as we talk about what kind of stormwater management system and maintenance system we want.
Understood. Okay. Commissioner Van Ostenbroek.
So I like a lot of what Chad just said, and when you come back to us, whether it doesn't sound like we have the votes anyways, let's just sort of put the stormwater fee aside and just focus on the things that you just mentioned. And if you could also bring to us, I'm sure you have some habitually problematic areas when it comes to flooding. If you could bring us, right, if you could possibly come to us along with the enhanced services and improvements to our ability to maintain and service, but also come to us with, these are my top 5 problematic areas, and what would you need in the CIP to fix and alleviate the flooding? And those, let's say, top 5. I'm just picking top 5. You might have 7. You might have 4. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sort of, deferring to your discretion on that. But if you would bring those to us as well, I think that would be a good start.
It certainly sounds like we're kind of revamping, and I guess maybe that is a good word for it initially, but once we get there, it'll go so much better. So, Commissioner Whitmore.
Kevin, or Commissioner Mansbridge, remember 59th and the Shake Pit area?
Yeah.
Right. I remember Steve Johnson pushing his car down the road. It was so flooded, it was floating. That was a complete loss to that car. He ended up having to get a new one. It's all over. It's what we're seeing is in the older parts of Manatee County. Right away I thought of these two, Commissioner Bellamy, Commissioner Servia, and your district and where I live too. And then you see Manatee Avenue. They've just added more cement with the new, which is okay, the new storage place and stuff. No way to widen, no way to decrease the capacity of runoff. In fact, you probably increased it because there was probably a little more open space there. But that's the kind of stuff that we have to look at because, again, one big storm, which we will get one this year, more than one.
Sure.
We have to figure out how to deal with that. I'm totally fine with what you guys have said as far as Chad looking at this and the direction. As far as the funds, we're provided funds with restricted and unrestricted. It was very cumbersome. So hopefully if we're getting it again, if somebody could explain it to us better. I mean,
right, English would be
I'm
great.
not a financial person. We were given it in the fall, I think. So I ditched it after I looked at it. Didn't mean much to me. But we'll need somebody to really explain it to us.
Okay. Also, we need to remember, and this is what I was told. In fact, I think it might have been Chad that told me this, or maybe it was you, Tony. I can't remember. But I do know that no matter what we do in Manatee County with stormwater, if we have a major downpour quickly, a large one, we're going to have flooding. We're not going to stop all flooding in Manatee County.
But East County
no
is
more
better.
than we can anywhere.
East and north is really good because they have new infrastructure, bigger pipes, better methods of draining.
At any
and
rate,
treating.
if I could finish, please. So the bottom line is we just need to remember that we're not going to stop all flooding, but we can make it better than what it is. So I think that's important to remember. Any other comments, commissioners, before I move on?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Chad, Tony, thank you for being here. Good information.
Happy New Year.
Look forward to working with you guys and finding a solution. Tom, as always, thank you. Sarah, nice to see you back there, too. So we're going to move on now. Madam Administrator, the peril of flood
Yes.
act, do you want to do that next?
Yes, if you don't mind. We have, again, Nicole Knapp, and we also have our consultant here. And they're going to come forward on the Peril of Flood Act. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and County Administrator Courier, good afternoon. Again, for the record, Nicole Knapp, Impact Fee Administrator, but I'm here this afternoon wearing, on behalf of Public Safety Department, wearing my planner hat, and we're going to talk about the Peril of Flood Act and the compliance. Is it just me? Thank you. So in 2015, the Florida legislature passed Senate Bill 1094, which titled the Peril of Flood Act. And the law specifies new requirements for the coastal management element of the local government's comprehensive plan related to coastal flooding and the related impacts of sea level rise. Later in this presentation, when our consultant steps forward, he'll go into more details of what those requirements are. But for the county to become compliant with the Peril of Flood Act, it will require amendments to the comprehensive plan this year as part of the county's evaluation and appraisal report, better known as the EAR. So what's an EAR? It's basically a comprehensive audit that takes place every 7 years. The year evaluates the progress the county's made in implementing goals, objectives, policy maps, and texts of the master plan. As you'll see in your packet as one of your attachments, Lisa Barrett with our BADS department sent our ear notification letter to the State Department of Economic Opportunity back in December 1st of 2020. And that letter identifies the amendments that the county must complete to become compliant. This letter also serves as our acknowledgement that we will amend our comprehensive plan to become compliant with the state law before December 1st of 2021, so over the next 10 months or sooner. To save some time here, you have this slide in front of you. It kind of covers the topics we're going to go through today. I don't need to read that. As we go through our presentation, though, you're going to hear a few acronyms repeated over and over. The SEMP, the County's Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, which provides a framework that addresses all aspects of emergency prevention, preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. You'll also hear the LMS, which is the Local Mitigation Strategy Plan. That's a multi-jurisdictional all hazards plan that identifies all the hazards a county may be vulnerable to. And then the PDRP, the county's Post-Disaster Redevelopment Plan, which identifies policies, strategies, responsibilities, and guides the decisions that affect long-term recovery and redevelopment in the community after disaster. So our efforts thus far, we've been working on the Parallel Flood Act roughly for 24 months, and we've been working with the University of Florida and in partnership with TBRPC towards implementing the Act. As we moved through the different stages of the project, we've provided many presentations to the board, to council governments, and to even leadership. And we kind of did that as we went through different stages of our project. So some of you may recall as we kicked off the project, it was 2 years ago now roughly, and we were working under Increasing Resiliency in Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council Communities Grant. And a large selection of the county staff worked in collaboration with the University of Florida Resilient Communities Initiative and the University of South Florida College of Marine Science in leading the TBRPC grant. The grant was an effort to support the 6 county regions, so Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pasco, and Pinellas. And Manatee County committed to the county-wide support efforts for consistency with the Parallel Flood Act and improving resiliency, focusing on addressing environmental, social vulnerability due to extreme weather events, recurring flooding, and sea level rise. A very exciting task that sort of wrapped up that grant was our one-day workshop that Manatee County hosted here at the Convention Center. The workshop was well attended. We had approximately 100 participants, different staff members from the local communities, municipalities, counties, elected official, and residents too. And at this workshop, we kicked off our interactive assessment results. As the pilot for identifying how to complete vulnerability assessments in-house, some of our county GIS analysis completed 3 types of inundation assessments: infrastructure, environmental, and social. Each of the assessments took NOAA's sea level rise data from the Tampa Bay region and identified the overlap with a variety of assets from road inventory and stormwater, mangrove forest, and business and industry and employment impacts as well. The 3 pictures you see on the left side of the slide were created from the inundation assessment results. Each of these applications give users a chance to interact with the data for better understanding of what could happen and where. This particular part of the seminar that day, or workshop, was probably the most exciting and most interesting from all the participants. This one's not interactive, but it's on our website, and the other participating jurisdictions can use the tool. The tools are meant to be a guide to making decisions around climate adaptation and can help with county prioritizing where to get started and applying those strategies. So where are we now? In September of 2020, the county was fortunate enough to be awarded another grant from DEP, Florida Resilient Coastlines Program. And through this grant, we were able to wrap up the parallel flood compliance efforts with a gap analysis of the county's comprehensive plan, our SEMP, our LMS, and our PDRP. We will be able to evaluate the policies and potential conflicts between those plans, implement plan integration, and also seek stakeholder engagement. Before I turn the remainder of the presentation over to our consultant, Jerry Murphy with the University of Florida, I wanted to take the time to show you a list of the county employees that have been very involved through the past 2 years. As you can see from the slide, it's not only a multi-department undertaking, but it's also included participation from other members from our LMS working group and the participating jurisdictions. Each of the people on staff from Parks and Natural Resources, 3 different divisions from BADS, Public Works, Property Management, and Rio have been a very integral role in getting us this far. So now I'm going to turn the remainder of the presentation to Jerry Murphy. He's our faculty consultant with the University of Florida IFAS Extension Program for Resource Efficient Communities.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Attorney, and County Administrator.
Welcome.
It's good to be here. Good to see you all again. Some of you are new, or I'm new to you, but we've been working together with Manatee County and the University of Florida since about 2013. So we always enjoy this engagement and the collaboration with your staff and the Commission. You should have in your packets a one-page memorandum, a lengthy one-page memorandum that describes our efforts up to this point. I'm going to go through the slide rack and then be able to answer any questions. I have to figure out the technology here. Okay. It's very sensitive. Okay. So, we've had an interesting morning talking about impact fees, stormwater, and now we're talking about peril of flood. It just can't get any better, can it? The hits keep coming. 14th Street, after Hurricane Hermine in August of 2016. Ancient history now, but these events continue to happen.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's 40.
So a little background. Back in 2007, 2008, the county was picked, Manatee County was picked a number, along with 6 other pilot communities in the state of Florida, to adopt and develop a post-disaster redevelopment plan. At the time, Florida statutes required those, and so the county was going to be one of the betas for that. That then successfully rolled into the county's post-disaster redevelopment plan, which was adopted in 2009. Those 6 pilot communities, the information that was developed by those communities then went up to the state, and the state developed post-disaster redevelopment planning guidelines. Then subsequently in 2010, 2011, the legislature revised at what at that time was the Growth Management Act to become the Community Planning Act. Much of the requirements that were in the Florida Administrative Code 9J5 were eliminated. Some of those were brought into the statute itself, and the necessity or the requirement for post-disaster redevelopment planning sort of went away, but it became part of the coastal management element requirements in the statute for the redevelopment component of your coastal management element. And then in 2015, as Nicole mentioned, the legislature adopted the Peril of Flood Act, and that put actual mandatory requirements into the legislation for the coastal management element, and particularly the post-disaster redevelopment component, or the redevelopment component. And then in 2016, the University of Florida did an audit of your existing PDRP, and we came up with some recommendations in that regard. And now we're in the process of implementing those recommendations. So, the fiscal aspects. $1 billion in damages over 5 years in just the Tampa Bay region. And that includes Manatee County. The report that was released last week, mentioned that in 2020 alone, there were $22 billion or over emergency disaster events in the United States alone. So again, the hits keep coming. Mm-hmm. And the climate picture in Florida is not looking any better. They say in South Florida by 2100, it's not pretty. And I think that's an understatement. So the requirements then in the statutes coastal management element, redevelopment component that outlines these principles to eliminate flooding and unsafe development in coastal areas when opportunities arise, and then the mandatory aspects of the statute. So you need to address sea level rise in the coastal areas. You need to look at strategies to remove real property from danger in coastal areas and in FEMA flood zone designations. Look at site development techniques and best practices to reduce flood losses. Become more consistent with or more stringent than the Florida Building Code and the FEMA flood regulations in 44 CFR Part 60. Construction seaward of the coastal construction control line has to be compliant with Chapter 161 of the statutes. And the final thing is to encourage local governments to participate in the National Flood Insurance Program's community rating system. As the county, you're in a role to encourage your local governments to be involved in this, and we've done that through the process over the last 2 years, engaging all of the Barrier Island communities as well as Bradenton and Palmetto. So Nicole talked a little bit about the gap analysis that we did. This is just an example of one of the pages, one of the many pages. We went through the entire comprehensive plan with staff, identifying anything that could possibly address this peril of flood legislation that was already in the comprehensive plan. And we used that then as the basis to make modifications and recommendations for changes and draft new policies where they were needed. And here's an example of the cover page of the ordinance that's in your packet. We basically went down through the whole coastal management element, and then we also made ties, linkages to the other elements. And that's one of our major overarching aspects that we're trying to do, is to bring all of the multiple plans and the elements within the comprehensive plan into a sort of linked document so that you can hyperlink from each section to the next. One of the other things that we did in this gap analysis was to look at the comprehensive conservation and management plan for Tampa Bay and the recommended policies that that group had developed by April 2020, and we brought those into the ordinance as well. And the final thing that we're doing now is Texas A&M developed a scorecard for resiliency a few years back. It's called the Plan Integration for Resiliency Scorecard, and we're using that tool to bring the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, or the CEMP, the Local Mitigation Strategy, or the LMS, and the Post-Disaster Redevelopment Plan, or the PDRP, all into a linked document. There are requirements for each, the LMS and the CEMP, but those requirements are actually in the CEMP and the LMS themselves. But they're statutory requirements, and so we pulled those into the comprehensive plan so that the comprehensive plan, the overarching high-end planning document for the community, directs the CEMP to do these things, directs the LMS to do these things. And those policies can be repeated in the CEMP as they are now, or the LMS, but then they could be changed by just amending the LMS. So the comprehensive plan now will direct those things to happen as part of this PIRS scorecard that we're working on right now. And so the ordinance that you have in your packet, or that we're working on, is ordinance PA 20-05-2107. And we're at the phase now where we're looking for direction to go out and engage the community in these draft policies so that the community can give us feedback. We make sure we're trying to get on the kumbaya moment and the right track, and then bring that back for ultimate adoption by the board. And that will be through the ordinary public hearing sequence. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And with the indulgence of the chair, I would ask if I could remove my mask.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
That was easy.
It's getting a little warm in there.
Commissioners, any questions?
Nope.
I understand that that's why Sarah Shank is here in reference to this ordinance. Is there anything, Sarah, that you'd like to come up to the table and discuss on this? Any additions or anything? No? Okay. All right. Phil, I don't know. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to come forward and have 3 minutes for public comment? I see Rob Brown back there, but he's got a mask on too. Sean, no, Commissioner, he's not in there. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and close public comment. All right. Well, thank you very much. I would just add that I sat on the Resiliency Coalition for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I've been on it now for 3 years, and there is no doubt that, we do have sea level rise. And, resiliency is not just about sea level rise, though it's also really more about how quickly can our county recuperate from any type of devastation that comes our way. So thank you for the presentation. Enjoyed it. All right. Thank you. All right, moving on. Parking of vehicles and restricted vehicles in front yards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item was requested by the board back in the fall to come back, and staff with the Building and Development Services Department will be making their way up here to review, and you did have a presentation that was part of this work session. And John Howard. Hi, John.
Hello.
Our Code Enforcement Supervisor will be making the presentation. Thank you for being here and waiting.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, County Administrator, County Attorney. My name is Code Enforcement Supervisor John Howard. I'll be presenting you today for discussion, parking of vehicles and restricted vehicles in front yards. Well, we have concluded from our work session on September 3rd, 2020, the Commission requested a discussion of the topic of parking or storing of restricted vehicles in the front yards if you can't park them to the rear or side of the property. An example would be a property has a large tree at the side of the structure, hindering the ability to park a restricted vehicle. The Commission also requested a discussion about parking of vehicles within the grassy areas of the front yards in residential districts or non-designated driveways. Expected results or outcome are for the Commission to have a dialogue on whether they want to allow parking of restricted vehicles in the front yards and or regulate the parking of vehicles in the grassy areas of front yards. Additionally, any direction to staff at the conclusion of these presentations and Commission dialogue. This presentation will begin with Part 1, restricted vehicles in front yards. Restricted vehicles are defined within our property maintenance code as recreational vehicles, any vehicle which contains facilities for any two or more of the following personal needs: sleeping, food prep, or a toilet. Campers, boats on a trailer or not. Trailer or another vehicle that is not self-propelled or designed to be moved by another vehicle, and swamp buggies. Swamp buggies.
As defined by statute.
Per the ordinance, restricted vehicles may be parked on property with an occupied single-family residence or duplex when such vehicles are unoccupied and stored in a garage, carport, structure, or building, or at an approved off-street vehicle storage area, and not to extend more than 5 feet past the front of the structure in compliance with the requirements of the Land Development Code. Restricted vehicles may be parked on a paved driveway in front of a yard on a property located within the General Agricultural District, the Agricultural Suburban District, or residential single families district with a maximum density of one dwelling per acre. also known as RSF1, as described in the land development. There is an exception, though. Restricted vehicles may be parked in the driveway if the owner or occupant of the property is physically disabled, requiring the use of such equipment as a principal motor vehicle for general purpose transportation, and a disabled parking permit is displayed in the restricted vehicle. A restricted vehicle may be parked in their driveway temporarily for the purpose of cleaning, loading, and unloading materials in preparation for a trip or after returning from a trip, provided that such parking does not exceed 2 occurrences in a 30-day period. Each occurrence should not last more than 3 days. I've researched and spoken with several jurisdictions in our area to gather data on the codes regarding this subject matter. The cities of Braden, Palmetto, St. Petersburg, and Sarasota, along with Sarasota County, have ordinances that are like ours in that they do not allow restricted vehicles to be stored in front yards. The City of Tampa's ordinance states that if it's not feasible to park an RV in compliance with the provisions mentioned, one RV no more than 10 foot wide by 26 long can be parked 5 foot off the front property line. It cannot obstruct view of traffic and or traffic control devices. It must be on a driveway. Pinellas County only requires that a current registration on the restricted or recreational vehicle. The vehicle can be parked anywhere on the property. Hillsborough County has an exception. If the restricted vehicle storage or parking is not feasible at the sides or rear of the yard, it may be parked in the front driveway with conditions. For example, enclosed parking. If enclosed parking is not available and there is no reasonable access to the side or rear of the property, Holmes Beach will allow one RV to be parked on a driveway in the side yard with no more than 6 foot extending into the front yard, or in the front yard, or it may be parked in the front yard on a stabilized base and screened from view with no more than 20% visible from the street. This is the conclusion of my first presentation. Okay, moving on.
You said his first presentation. Did we ask questions after the first one?
How many do you have 2 presentations?
There's a 2-parter.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Can I ask more?
Well, let's wait until he
specific?
finishes totally.
Madam Chair, it's specifically about what he just talked about.
Okay, I understand.
And you still want me to wait?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody else? Okay.
All right.
Welcome to my world.
This is part 2. The presentation we'll be talking about is the parking of vehicles within front yards that are the presentation we'll talk about now is the parking of vehicles in the front yards. Currently, there's no regulation in Manatee County on this. I've researched and spoke with several jurisdictions in our geographical area to gather data on the codes regarding this subject matter. Here's a list of jurisdictions that do not restrict this activity. They just don't have anything on the books. It's silent. And St. Pete does not allow passenger vehicles to be parked in the required front yard. All passenger vehicles must be parked on a recognized driveway or parking area with minor conditions, such as the vehicle cannot stick out into the road or block a sidewalk. The vehicle cannot impede visibility for another motorist. In the downtown zone of the city of Sarasota, vehicles must be parked in a clearly marked driveway. It's got to be marked in some way. There's got to be railroad timbers, pavement, shell, a fence, etc. No more than 50% of the area between the street and the front side of the house shall be delineated as a driveway. And that was a short one.
That is short.
It's not a whole lot of information on that one.
Commissioner Whitmore, did you want to go ahead now?
Yeah, thank you. The RV and the boats, it wasn't mentioned, but that's how all this started, was the boat trailers years ago. On the side yards, we're still, like Kevin said earlier, most of our county is on the water or surrounding water. And I've actually, the RV on the island and the side yards, I pushed for that years ago. If there's no other way to do it. For instance, there's a gentleman in Bayshore who writes me for years now. I don't even know his name anymore. But I promised him I'd bring this up, and every time I bring it up at a meeting, they say it will be coming up, and today's the day, I assume. And he had a trailer. It wasn't an RV. I don't know what you call it. It's a smaller, what do you call it? Travel trailer?
His name is Gail.
Okay, good. Well, is it a travel trailer?
It's a camper.
He had a business in it where he was doing something in it, and he couldn't put it in his front driveway. He couldn't put it into the side of his property on the side yard because the awning of the house was there, so he couldn't do that. And in my city, that's why we allowed with a foundation on your side yards. If you can't get it into your side yard, you can keep it into your front yard with the proper foundation, and it's along your fence line within the buffer. You have to have this, the buffer area. So I promised him I would bring this up, and I'm glad you know his name. He moved it somewhere else. To me, boats and trailers or RVs, we're a recreational community. All of Manatee County is, except in the CDCs and the neighborhoods where you're not allowed to do that. I've just always hated it. Somebody couldn't put their John boat in their driveway or in their side yard. The jet skis, the swamp buggy, I guess that would be out east because I haven't seen one in West Bradenton. I would really ask that I don't want us to be manicured and look like a sterile community. Because whatever we decide will be all of Manatee County. So I'm hoping you guys will allow our citizens to be able, except if their neighborhoods don't allow it, be able to put other vehicles that they buy or that have to have a tag on it to be more lenient, not just give them a ticket. I've never believed in all that. That's all.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. I can tell you live on the beach.
Yeah, I sure do live on the beach. And you have Gail, I think.
Yeah.
Whoever he is.
Yeah, Mr. Gale is in Bayshore.
Oh, okay.
And I really feel for him. Super nice guy, had a problem, doesn't have anywhere to park his, whatever it is, vehicle, work trailer.
Yeah, work.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called.
But I am not going to be in favor of changing the laws for one person who I will try in every other way to help. And here's where I'm coming from. So 2 things. I'll talk about the restricted vehicles first. When you speak about it, Commissioner Whitmore, I imagine a very nice, cute little John boat in the driveway, and it doesn't bother me at all. But that's not always what happens.
It's a free country.
That's not always what happens. And we have a safety problem with our kids, when the kids are playing in the yard and they run to the street, which they all do. They can't see cars coming because there's a big boat in the driveway or on the street. I got a problem with that. Just a problem about the way it looks. And not with that cute little John boat, I imagine, but in other ways it can look kind of junky. And for people that are trying to keep up their neighborhoods, it's an impediment. And, for those communities who don't allow it, like the community I live in, and every deed-restricted community doesn't allow it, again, it kind of shifts the burden to the communities that don't have those restrictions, which is my district largely. And so we're saying, everybody else has their neat, tidy neighborhoods, but if you want to park your RV or your boat, come live here, and then sometimes it does weigh down the neighborhood. So at this point, I'm not in favor of changing the regulation. And now I want to talk about parking in the front yard by regular vehicles. This is such a huge problem in District 4. We have 8 cars, 10 cars parked along the whole frontage of the house. You can't even see the yard. okay? It's so many cars. And for the people on the same street who are trying to have a very neat and tidy yard and trying to clean up the street, it's impossible when we allow all of that parking in the front yard. I'd like to see cars in driveways or on the streets, not on the grass. It really is weighing down portions of District 4. I don't know how else to say it. It's an erosion problem. It's a water quality problem. It's a stormwater problem. You know, there's so many problems that result from all of these cars in the front yard. We used to have a definition, I think we still have a definition of family, which was six or fewer unrelated people. I think I'm looking at the county attorney. It was something like that. And we used to have single family homes that had one family living in them. And then the federal laws changed for fair housing, and that can no longer be implemented. And with the economic challenges and so many other challenges in our country, I have, 3 and 4 families sometimes living in one house and lots and lots and lots of cars. So I'm just saying that that's a huge problem that I'm faced with. Code enforcement does a great job of trying to manage it. It takes a lot of staff time to always be asking, people with the cars parked along the front yard to try and find a better way to do it. But I'm looking for help there. I really am. And the residential standards, I'd like to see something, even if we could say that, no more than, 30% of the house can be covered in cars, but you got to be able to see part of the front of the house. It's weighing down our neighborhoods. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Serby. I totally agree. Commissioner Satcher, I understand, is on the line.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I absolutely agree with Commissioner Whitmore. So I think that so many HOAs right now are telling people, well, if you don't like it, go live in the county. If you don't like it, you shouldn't have moved here. And these are rules that have been around for decades, as long as the community has been there, and the courts really don't like to step on HOA's toes. I feel like people should have the right to contract, but a lot of HOAs are out of hand. And so what redress do people have? I think it's reasonable to say, if I live in the county, I chose to live somewhere where there's not an HOA, which all those neighbors that are also outside of an HOA chose to live there as well. So it goes both ways. I think they should be able to park a car in the front yard or an RV. And obviously, we'll need to do maybe consider setbacks, maybe look at what Holmes Beach has done. But this would be a great place to roll back some regulation and give some people control over their own property, which is important, and let them make their own decisions about what they're doing. So I think it would be something absolutely reasonable. Also, I don't want to encourage any extra enforcement of this, but I can think of places that right now where people have large front yards and there's RVs in front of their houses, or extra vehicles. I know of a home that had probably almost a quarter-mile driveway and was not part of an HOA or CDD. And for them, if they had, if they were going by the Holmes Beach rules, where they had a secure place to park an RV, I just don't see why that would be our business. Why we're getting in that business? It's not ours. And it shouldn't be something that we're in. So I would like to see no regulations on that. So.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm next on the board. I think we have a lot of municipalities here that can make their own rules with what goes on in their cities. I don't think that it's up to this board to all of a sudden tell different neighborhoods that they can have vehicles up on the grass, or they can have their RV parked in the front yard, or they can have their, I'm probably going to exaggerate here, but, their 30-foot boat up in their front yard. I don't think it's appropriate. Every county has standards for people to live by, and it's done for a reason. And some of those reasons were reasons that Commissioner Servia designated. And the thing of it is that as far as an RV, you know what? I don't keep my RV in my backyard, my side yard, or my front yard. I pay to store my RV. That is just one of the expenses of having an RV. When I had a boat, we had a boat, and I paid to store that boat. It is just, if you're going to have the toys, you need to be able to pay to have them, and that's just the way it is. I don't think it's fair to put that on other homes, but that being said, I think we should leave Manatee County alone. We don't need to be changing that. I think that, the different cities can come up with whatever they think is appropriate. Not all of Manatee County is on the water here. Not all of Manatee County is a beach community. Sorry to say, I kind of wish it was. I'd love to be in a beach community, but I chose to live out east. So I don't think I could go along with this. But anyway, Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Servia said. I'm big into private property rights, but I'm also big into your neighbors having property rights too. We all are sitting here having a conversation as if you're going to have $1 million RV park next door. People who have $1 million RVs don't park them in the front yard.
Right. I don't have $1 million.
It's Cousin Eddie from Christmas Vacation that pulls up and cleans out the toilet in the storm sewer. That's who ends up parking in front of your house, and that's what we're going to be dealing with. We're going to approve something, but it's an all or nothing. Everyone has to understand when you approve something like this is all or nothing. We can't restrict. Well, only if your RV is at least $500,000 and your boat's at least 20 feet, or you have to park in your front yard.
Mine's neither.
So you got to consider the worst case scenario as much as you have to consider the best case scenario in any decision we make, and that really is the worst case scenario. You're going to end up with 6-8 cars in someone's front yard. You're going to end up with the rusted out RV that, because somebody doesn't like our regulations on ADUs or guest houses, have their unemployed uncle living in their front yard because there's nothing restricting parking an old RV that may or may not even be movable. It may not have an engine in it, but we've now said you're allowed to tow that rusted RV out in front of your house and allow half your family to live there. There's a limit to what you can afford. I get that we're not in an HOA, although it seems like we're in the HOA portion of our meeting here.
Yeah.
But there is an overall. Today we spent a lot of time talking about quality of life, whether it was with flooding or stormwater. Quality of life goes to aesthetics and just safety and comfort in your community as much as anything else. I don't think we're ever going to be at a point where we're restricting people's door colors and sending letters like we were joking, about the HOA. Like my HOA, they'll send you a letter saying your roof needs to be pressure washed or you need to change your land. We're not getting to that level, but this is something that's simple to keep on the books and just say, look, we already let you put it on the side of your house, the back of your house, in your garage. If your boat doesn't fit in your garage, then either you don't need a boat or you have the money to put it someplace else more times than not. And I'm sure there are exceptions, but we're talking about changing the rules for 400,000 people for the few exceptions to that rule. So I'm not a big fan of this just because I think it's going to go off the rails and we're going to end up with code enforcement dealing with deciding what counts as too rusty or what counts as movable and making subjective decisions that can get us in trouble. It's easier just to be like, look, we gave you flexibility for side and carports and back. Let's leave it at that. That's my opinion.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
So I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Servia has said, and I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Cruz has said as well. It is Cousin Eddie that's going to be the issue, not the $1 million RV. And I don't want to put code enforcement in a situation of having to make a subjective decision making over the quality of this particular RV, but. It's not we are talking about 400,000 people here, but it's not as limited, I think, as you might think. In my district and in Misty's district and in Reggie's district, we don't have much in the way of HOAs. And so I live in one of the few in my district. So it's a bigger problem on our side of town, I think, than it is the rest of the part of town, the rest of the county. And if you're in an HOA, this probably doesn't affect you much anyway.
At all.
Because you have more restrictive covenances. So, I'm actually open to it, but did you bring this? Are you the Commissioner
No,
Servia?
I
Did you request this?
I did years ago.
You did? Okay.
Well, I would say it's probably a few commissioners, because I wanted to discuss parking in the front yard of regular vehicles.
Sure.
I talked about the regular Joe Blow that I get calls from as an at-large commissioner. I'm thinking about the fishermen, the kicker boats, the john boats
Right.
that park on that can't fit in their driveway because you're not allowed to, so they park it on the side and they can't get it under the awning because of the. It's happened many, many times. You can't live in those places, y'all. I don't think you can. You can't have somebody living in a travel trailer and plugging up. That's against the law, I think. That's somebody living in it. But that's a code enforcement issue. But
Right.
I agree with Kevin. It's different in where we are, and you are. You've got people that lived in Palmetto and Samoset area that, they have small boats, and it's just.
And then there are pockets that are of concern as well. If you think you're going to tell people in Cortez and Sneed Island they
They'll
can't have a
shoot
boat in
ya.
the front yard, right? Code enforcement will be in a shootout.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Well, they have an overlay, Kevin, just so you know, the Cortez.
Perfect.
But
And I'm not implying that every
No, I
Cortesian,
know. But they
is
will.
going to come out with a firearm. But I wouldn't, take my chances. And I don't want to get in the way of working people, because we've discussed, recreational vehicles. But you also get into, this one person that's a tradesman who, has their air-conditioned vehicle van parked out there, or a trailer. I mean, my uncle was a mason for a long time and owned a small subcontracting company. He built a little wall on the side of the house, and so it all sort of tucked in there. So, perhaps that's something we need to look at as well. I don't mind discussing this further and having staff bring us some options. I'm very worried about a slippery slope and pro property rights, but the people around you have the right to quiet enjoyment as well. So I'm not opposed to having staff look into this further. Probably might shock some of you, but.
All right, and just
Mr. Chair.
just to point out, relative to Commissioner Bellingham's district, part of yours, City of Bradenton and City of Palmetto already banned this, so that's a vast majority of.
It's not the majority of mine, but it is.
Understood. I'm just
chunk of
saying
my
that plus
district.
the HOAs. We're talking about a small section of Manatee County. Commissioner Bellamy, you're next.
Yeah, it's a lot going on here. Just to echo some of the things that Commissioner Servia is saying, I'm concerned about those cars piled up in the yards. However, some of those families are struggling families, and believe it or not, some of them all live there, and some of them are rotating their cars at that particular time so they can go to work or whatever their routine is. However, it is a slippery slope when you start talking about property rights, and I think we ought to proceed with caution, because our code enforcement does a great job, but depending on what comes out of this, it seems like we're going to give them something else to do. Give them something else to do that may or may not be necessary of doing. It depends on the interpretation of the individual at that particular setting, at that particular time. I'm thought of the tradesman, thinking about, when we were coming up, my dad had 2 vehicles from Bellamy Electric parked in the front of the yard. And does that person need to be disturbed because he's working and trying to be provided for their family because they have a job and then they have a trade? I'm not necessarily sure that's a good approach, but depends on how the terminology and how we move on this. We could be putting that type of individual and what they do to provide for their family at potential communications from code enforcement, because I can't remember what the terminology was as far as every 30 days or 3 days or something of that nature right there. But I think what we're talking about is, how we want our county to look and how we want our community to look in these different neighborhoods and things of that nature right there, which is, again, that slippery slope about property rights. It's a very slippery slope. Thinking about one of the guys that mentored some of us coming up, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think we would create a lot of problems for code enforcement in certain districts if we don't put the right terminology on something like this, because we're dealing with a code enforcement issue every other week in Somerset. with an individual with an individual that has multiple properties, and code enforcement is telling me I got to move his tires, you got to move his boat, you got to move all these things right there. But the individual say, hey, look, I pay my taxes, I can put my stuff on my property where I want to put it. So now we're coming in an area where we want to kind of alter that and change that, and I think we need to proceed with caution. My take for me is to how do we want our community to look, and how can we improve upon the way it looks now for a better tomorrow, for a better quality of life. Definitely 8 cars in one in one yard is not what we want, but I'm not sure. Maybe legal can tap into this. I'm not sure what we can do about that because of the property rights, and to put it on, I don't know, just to put it on code enforcement. I'm running the course now, but to put it on code enforcement could create more work.
If I may, Commissioner,
please.
We're in the business of solving problems. That's all right.
All right, you got the Powerball numbers, my man. They solve that problem.
That's a good word. We got to keep using that.
It's the best ever. Yeah. Are you finished, Commissioner Bellamy? Okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope.
You're kidding me.
I did.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, and then Commissioner Serbia.
This is a clarification because I heard it twice. I don't know if anyone else is on. Sorry, I just want to clarify. This is the list of restricted vehicles that we have in this presentation. It doesn't preclude tradesmen unless your trade is swamp buggy operator. It doesn't preclude a trade-related vehicle, correct?
If you're talking about it covers your trailers, which a utility trailer would be under that.
Right.
All right. This isn't. You're allowed to have your truck there that happens to have your tools. This is specific more to RVs. The only time a trade would be impacted is if you had a pull-behind kind of trailer that you would attach to a hitch when you went out to work or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Always tip your swamp buggy operator.
Yes.
What'd you say?
Commissioner Serbia.
I'm sure I know what a swamp buggy is. Is that the thing that we rode on at the
That's
ranch?
the thing that y'all, can you see
Okay.
that part?
You've been on a swamp buggy.
Yeah, okay.
Recently.
I love swamp buggies. Okay. So I am a big private property rights person too. So I really appreciate the discussion, but I also respect the private property rights of the person who lives next door to where this type of activity is going on, because they have equal private property rights, right? So that's the balance here. What I am in favor of is amending our residential standards. And I know this sounds very basic, and I always say, like, residential homes should have indoor plumbing, basic. We all think that that's a given, but that isn't everywhere. A driveway. I'd like to see that residential homes have a driveway to put the car. We have many residential homes in my district that don't have a driveway. So I think that would be very helpful in solving the problem right there in District 4 if we just made that one change. And I don't know, I haven't surveyed where all of these properties are, but I would imagine that they are largely rental properties. And so I'm trying to schedule, or we have scheduled, a meeting with the landlords, some of the big landlords, and that's one of the things I'm going to ask them to help us with, is if you have a home that you're renting, please consider putting in a driveway so we can get the cars in the driveway. It would just go a long way to trying to lift up the neighborhoods that we're trying so hard to help them lift up and have a better quality of life.
No, you have to have a driveway. You mean a dirt driveway?
We have some homes that don't have driveways.
How do you define a driveway?
You have to.
Right.
At all. They're older homes. They're older.
Really?
KVO, did you have a comment?
I was going to ask Commissioner Whitmore. Holmes Beach had an issue with parking with vacation rentals. How did they ultimately end up resolving? Because last I heard was you were going to be able to park one vehicle there per bedroom, and I'm not trying to go HOA style and Gestapo. I'm just wondering, out of curiosity, how did they ultimately resolve that? Because I know they got themselves into Bert Harris trouble.
I don't
with
know
that,
because I don't speak to the chief. But when you all were talking about 8 cars, there's a house right down the street from me. And just so you know, Tricia Yearwood and Garth Brooks bought maybe 1,000 feet from that house. They bought on the Gulf. They literally have It's an elevated house. They have 8 cars all the time there. They are able to get 4 on each side, but they're not on the yard. They're in the driveway, and then they're on the city right away. But they never addressed what we're talking about today, and I don't know what they're doing in parking. Maybe
Okay.
you could find out.
And again, I don't think that Tricia Yearwood and Garth Brooks' 8 cars are the same 8 cars that Commissioner Servia.
What I'm saying, though, is people are saying it looks trashy, and I
Sure.
literally have one down the street from my house. All the time they rent it, and there's
Right.
always 8 cars there.
May I ask a question on what we're talking about right now?
We're not giving out their address, no.
He just
No,
asked
I don't
me a
want their
question.
address. I could care less. What I'm curious, though, with what I'm hearing right now is, can we really compare, like Holmes Beach, which is wonderful? I love going out there. I mean, but can we really compare Holmes Beach or the islands per se, the island, with what we're talking? What we're talking about is strictly in the unincorporated. We don't have control of the cities,
No, I understand.
do we?
I was just wondering what legal avenue they went down in an attempt to resolve a similar issue.
Yeah.
That's all I was just curious.
And we can't, right? I am
No, it's
correct
a charter
on
of
that with the
government.
cities,
It's totally
right?
separate. He knows that. We're just talking
was
about
just-
examples.
Right,
Wait
I
a
was just
minute,
curious as
wait.
to what they did.
Yeah. Which I have no clue.
Madam
think you've
Chair,
got a challenge.
Commissioners, I'm not sure if that's a legal question or a policy one. The county, the unincorporated area is a vast area of land.
Yeah.
Right.
And obviously there are huge differences, particularly if you go out into the ag rural areas and you tell somebody they can't
Yeah, that's
park a
true.
vehicle on the grass.
Or their RV.
They're not going to take that seriously.
Oh, they're going to do it anyway.
But when you're in a more residential areas, obviously, then that's a different question. And we do have a property maintenance code, and we try to take into account in that code that standards vary depending upon where you are. No, I wouldn't be able to defend in court defining those standards by the small area that is the island cities. That doesn't work for us. We would need to be more.
What about going by the
nuanced
comp plan,
than-
depending on your zoning?
We do that sometimes. We do talk about different zoning districts, or as Commissioner Whitmore pointed out, for Cortez, we have a village overlay that
Right.
allows for a different standard there than in other parts of
Parish.
the county. So there's always the ability to do that in your codes.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Madam
I'm
Chairman.
sorry for interrupting you.
No, you didn't. And I just want to say, as has been illustrated, it's a matter of scale, right? So if you have 10 acres out east, park 10 cars on your front yard. I don't care, right? Nobody does. But if you have a 60-foot wide lot by 80-foot wide lot, and you got 8 cars parked in the front yard, it's a problem. And I think we saw our current regulations allow restricted vehicles in the agricultural districts.
That's correct. We
I think
make
that's what
that
it just
distinction
said.
in some places.
Parked in the front.
That's correct.
Yeah.
In some places, we make the distinction depending upon the type of area in which the property is located.
This is really moot. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I'm sliding on this one now for real, because if you're out east and you have someone that can afford those 10 acres,
Right.
Oh, I wish I could.
right, and and they can afford the 10 cars. That's a different issue. I mean, we sitting over here laughing about how many Lamborghinis are in the front yard of Garth Brooks. That's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But when you talk about the individuals that's in the districts that we serve, obviously they have different economic challenges, and I think with the struggle, with everything that's going on, when you challenge someone that's just gotten home from work and their kids are rotating and things of that nature right there, about whether or not they can and cannot park in their front yard, man, that gets real tough. And I'm with you. I want it to look a certain kind of way, but I do think we're putting ourselves in a situation, if we draft or we come up with something, it's not going to be able to be consistent. And here's the reason why. You seem like it's okay to put 8 vehicles out on Long Beach, and I'm sure that's a different jurisdiction and everything like that, or out east. But you're saying in our districts, well, it's not okay. And I think we'll have a real, and I think the real issue is the individuals that are out east and on Longboat Key, they can lorry up on you real quick, and you'll back down.
Oh,
They will.
Commissioner, that's just not fair.
They will.
I have people of all, what's the word I want to use here?
Economic
Economic situations in my
Yeah.
district. I'm not in a real rich district. Thank you. You
No.
should go and visit
You
some
took
of
that the
my
wrong way.
district.
I just used I used the current example that was on the board.
They don't lawyer up real quick.
Let me tell you a specific issue, and I don't want to drag this out. When I first became a county commissioner, there was a code enforcement issue in my district, right? And it was a problem, and the individual had private property on their gate or something like that. However, code enforcement still went in. All right. So I asked the code enforcement people. I said, "Listen, let me ask you all a question. If this was on Riverview Boulevard, if we were on Riverview Boulevard and you seen a private property sign, would you go into that person's property talking about enforcing code?" And the response was, "Oh no, we wouldn't do that." Well, why would you do it on these people's property in the district that I serve? So what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get you all to understand is, different areas and different things, we want to have a level of consistency. Right. And I think it'll be very, very difficult for us to have that level of consistency based on what you're dealing with. I mean, out east, you have flat out more property. Mm-hmm. You have more property to deal with. Okay, on Longboat Key, you have property, may not be as much property, but you have money and have the ability to make it maneuver for the way it can work with your 8 cars in your garage. And probably nobody's complaining about it. Truthfully, it's probably a tourist opportunity if we can ride by Garth Brooks' house and see his 8 Lamborghinis. I'm not saying that's what he have. I'm just asking.
Probably a pickup truck.
Right. I'm just asking if we're going to look at it to make sure that it's an umbrella approach so we can be consistent. That's the only thing that I'm saying, because I've experienced, well, when that question was raised, well, why would we do that? Because we want to be consistent. And that's the only thing that I'm asking.
Thank you.
All right, I'm on the floor next, actually. And I got to tell you, Commissioner, I felt a little uncomfortable just then with some of the things you were saying. I think all over the county we have different types of people. And I don't think we can look at just Longboat Key or out east because we have more land out there, landowners. The bottom line is, to be fair, out east, past, where people own 5 acres or more, generally, you have some very beautiful homes, and then you have some that aren't. You have a mixture there, and there are so many different people in different categories out east, and so I don't like to compare and try to say, well, over here you got a Lamborghini and over here, I don't think that we need to be looking at things like that. But I do agree with you, and I take that personally because everybody thinks I've got such a rich district, and I don't. Contrary, the only nice and Carol was there yesterday, SMR, Lakewood Ranch. The rest of my district is, just like any other district. I have some of the same issues you have, Commissioner Bellamy, believe it or not. But I do agree with you that we need to try and make it be fair to all. And on that note, we do have a maintenance code, which I'm not real familiar with, but it seems that we do have some coverage there for residential areas and so forth. So I think before this board, well, for me, I would need to know more about that because I do like some of the comments that Commissioner Servia brought up, and I think she's right on the money. So anyway, that's what I was going to say before the other. But anyway, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you're next.
Actually, I see Commissioner Servia has her sign up, and I was before her, but I'd like to wait and see what she has to say first.
You want to talk after her?
Yes, please.
Okay. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you very much. I was just going to suggest a couple of small steps in the direction of addressing what I feel is a big problem in District 4. Maybe updating our maintenance code to require a driveway for residential homes in a residential zoning district. I think that would be helpful. And maybe something to consider is allow people to park in the front yard. We'll take baby steps here, but only for half of the width of the lot instead of the whole width of the lot. Let's do something where we can still see the house. I mean, if anyone's willing to try to correct this problem in those ways. I think those are very small steps that might make a big difference.
Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Commissioner Bellamy has me on the fence now.
Me too. That was very good. Me too. Good job, Reg.
Yeah, I am still open to hearing suggestions, and I think we should ask staff to bring us some proposals. However, please keep in mind that it's a very slippery slope. Please keep in mind that you have folks, well, one, we have the county is diverse, and lastly, that you have folks who they don't have necessarily 4 or 5 adults living in the house because they want to. It's their economic situation that's put them in that spot. So hopefully if we can take all that into consideration and try to keep people's property rights in mind, as well as the property rights of the adjoining properties. I would like staff to try to put something together for us. I'm not overly hopeful that we're all going to be able to agree on something, so I hate to send staff on sort of a pointless mission, but I'm open to it, but it has to be the right proposal. So thank you.
Any
Madam
other comments?
Chairman, one more comment from me. I am really sensitive to families under economic hardships too. Make no mistake about that. But I'm just suggesting that cars could be parked in the street. If there's not a sign that prohibits parking in the street, they can be parked in the street, okay? And they can be parked in the driveways. And I think it's more of an education. If we can begin to educate, I try to educate my neighborhoods too. It will help us to revitalize and lift those neighborhoods up with these little small changes.
And that is what it's all about.
Right.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct. Commissioner Bellamy, and then Commissioner
Yeah, I
Whitmore.
just want to make sure, from my perspective, the communication that I just extended, those examples were examples that were on the board. There was not something that I came up with myself. I just was trying to make sure that everybody relate so we can strive for consistency and whatever. I wasn't going at one district's richer than the other, because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how we can better represent our community so they can, can and cannot park in certain aspects of the yard. That's what the discussion is. So if that was misinterpreted, I apologize.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I agree. I never thought about it until Misty just now said it. I still think that a travel trailer, whatever you call it, or an RV, or a boat, small boat with trailer, be on the side yard. And if it physically can't get into the side yard, then, look at parking there. But what I didn't realize, what Misty just said, is people, I guess, are using the whole yard to park in. So in that case, if Kevin, because I know you're the one that was kind of on the fence like me now, is I would support those cars being on the same side where the travel trailer or the boat was, so that half the lot is still open. I don't know how many cars that would be, but yeah, I'm thinking about the Joe Blow that has a small business on his own, and I don't care about, everybody else that have the big ones. They can afford a place if they can afford one of those. But the ones that I'm talking about are the ones that can't, but they can't afford to rent a place like a storage unit to park their stuff, which we're making them right now. I still think things are going to get a little rough in a few years, so like it did last time, so I would rather nip it in the bud if we could.
Okay.
Did we give direction, Madam Chair?
Well, I'm not done yet. Just a moment, please. Mr. Clegg, and then Commissioner Satcher's on the phone.
Madam Chair, a couple of points. I do respectfully need to remind the board we're in a work session.
We know.
And so and this stuff does get litigated, so I would suggest that we do not try to give direction through consensus or anything. We need to do that in a regular meeting where you are noticed to take action if you want to give direction to staff. Commissioner Servia, I'm not a planner, but I know enough about planning to be dangerous. And I'm pretty sure our land development code currently requires that driveways have to be built for residential structures. I mean, I think it's done by reference to our public works standards. And so houses that don't have them are non-conforming uses under our LDC. And so we're not in a position to make them put them in, if you see what I'm saying. that gets phased out over time, as you well know. In fact, you have a lot more expertise in this than I do, so you understand how a non-conforming use works. The property maintenance code really deals with how you use the residential site that you have. It's not in the land development code, it's in the code of ordinances. So to make them put in driveways isn't something you can do through that code. You're simply telling them how they use it and what they must put in it and what they can't put outside of it. So I hope that clarifies it.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions just because, I'm just not up to par today. So I wanted to so this is on the agenda because Commissioner Serbia wants to add the regulation on front yard parking, or is it because Commissioner Whitmore wants to roll back a regulation so that someone can park their RV?
Commissioner
In other words,
Satcher.
I guess really, and where is the county right now as far as front yard people parking? It's
Okay,
allowed,
if I can answer part of that for you. We're having the workshop today because evidently back in September of 2020, I am told that the Board of County Commissioners requested this workshop. That's all I can tell you. I don't recall it, but we must have. Okay.
So, but right now this is not allowed in the county, or it is allowed? Sorry, I know that's a real basic question, but.
We do not enforce that, if I understand correctly, in the unincorporated area of Manatee County.
It depends what you're asking.
With restricted vehicles, it is enforced. They need to be parked unless it's a agriculture or A1 zone or residential district 1. It's an RV or restricted vehicle needs to be parked to the side or rear of the property, not exceeding 5 foot from the front, the leading edge of the main structure. The parking on grassy areas is not regulated at all.
So this is
Okay, and that's why you had two different issues. So RVs and restricted vehicles, the question is whether or not to let them in the front yards, and then the second issue is whether to allow someone to park in the grass in their front yard in unincorporated. Both of these would be for unincorporated Manatee County.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I would. I guess my overall point would be I'm in favor of no changes. If the RV restrictions are working right now, then I don't think that we should change them. No telling what consequences that would have that we have not thought of, and what new issues would come about from that. And same thing with where people park. I'm fine with educating as far as letting people know they can be parking on the roads. Even that, though, would be a brand new issue that we could very well end up getting complaints about. And and if there's something that could be specific to a particular neighborhood or District 4, fine. But this is a big county, and I don't think we need new regulation on this. I feel like this is, with respect to Commissioner Serbia, I understand that she's got a specific, I guess, widespread issue. But for most of the county, I feel like this is a solution searching for a problem. So, and I do mean that respectfully. I just don't know that we should delve off into this right now. So, all right, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Satcher. Not seeing any more comments from commissioners. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I think you are.
It's getting later and later. Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. So I'm still my mind is just exploding that we are here right now to discuss where people can park their cars on property they own. I just want to repeat that. Being told where they can park their cars that they own on the property that they own. That blows my mind. You're right. We do have a right to enjoy our property, and I respect Mr. Cruz's response that so does the neighbors. The neighbors also have a right to put up a fence. The neighbors have rights too. I get it. But I don't think that by removing a restriction for the RVs, I don't see a whole bunch of people going in their backyards and dragging RVs to the front yard. I don't think it's an issue. On my particular street in my town, in West Bradenton, we have like 6, literally on one street, 2nd Street West, we literally have 6 or 7 home businesses there. Everybody on that street parks in their yard. Everybody in that street puts trailers in their yard. Everybody in that street. So you're going to literally be removing them and telling them they got to park somewhere else. Now, the hypocrisy that I heard earlier is that we can't have the RVs in the front yard because it has a visual problem and kids could run out and get hurt. But yet we're supposed to somehow put 8 cars in the street and that's safe. So now we're blocking up both sides of the street, and that's okay, just as long as they're not in our yard and they go out to the streets. In my neighborhood, I've ran into the person that parked in the street. You know what? The officer ticketed him. Why? Because he had room in his driveway and in his yard to park that vehicle. He chose not to. It caused damage to my car. He got ticketed. So it wasn't me that got ticketed. It was him because he was out in the roadway. So I just want to caution the people here. I don't understand why we're adding new restrictions to our books, why we're saying that because Hillsborough did it and because the city of Holmes Beach did it, we somehow should do it too. We like being individual. We like being unique. We are Manatee County. We're not Hillsborough County. We're not Pinellas County. We're Manatee. And I'd like to keep it. We've had this county for over 100 years, and not one time has parking in the front yard been an issue in all these years. Why is it an issue now? Thank you.
Anyone else like to come forward? I don't think we have anyone else in the audience. Anyone on the phone?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, then we're going to go ahead and adjourn this workshop. Thank you.